How's everyone doing?
Oh my god!
To be honest, some of the games that came out that were very hyped up came out half baked, or some of them were actually complete. But we actually had some surprising contenders this year that came out of nowhere that were really, really good.
Oh yeah, this year has been a real big surprise for gaming because we didn't expect anything good to come out of. Well, most people didn't expect a lot of gaming good to come out of gaming in 2021 because 2020 was just a bad year for it. Like the with development hiatus on a number of titles, COVID being a major thing across the world, it was just a giant problem for last year. And 2021 was not hyped to be a good year except for a handful of titles. But it's yielded a lot of really pretty gems, which is very interesting.
And DLD, come to think about it, we're still suffering from the pandemic because we're still seeing about a handful of titles push back to 2022.
That's true. We are. Final Fantasy 16 is the big one that comes to my mind. That actually just had a letter released by Yoshi P, the guy who actually is developing, who's the head developer with on 16. He actually pushed back any features being revealed until I think it's March or May of 2022 because he thinks the game's not up to snuff to show off yet.
Yep, same thing with God of War. That got pushed back to 2022 as well.
And that says something about where we are in the gaming world. We're at a point in the gaming industry where developers are willing to say, "Hey, this is where we are right now. We're not ready to release this project. We know you're excited for it. Here's our apologies, so that we can advance the title and make it the best possible title for you guys when it comes out." Which is something that a good example last year, CD Projekt Red and Cyberpunk was the.
And
Go
sorry.
ahead, man. What's up?
So I think 2021 is a good poster child of the difference between you throwing it out um, without when it's not ready, and an example of a game that has been delayed and is at least mostly ready and still good to go. My come to my mind is Halo Infinite. It was actually supposed to be coming out last year, but they delayed it to this year. Even though that we only got the multiplayer at one point, and now we finally got the single player last month or early this month,
Something like that.
and we're gonna get co-op next here probably in the next few months. That's something that's kind of like, hey, we heard your voices about the beta last year. We got things set up now.
Yeah, developers have definitely started listening in on player feedback more and more, which is something I think is really a benefit of the virus because now developers are actually having to focus on long-term development, knowing the costs are going to be higher to release a good product. and it's something that a couple games on our list this year actually have showed, and we can actually talk a little bit about those when we get to them in their proper listings. With that being said, though, let's go ahead and start with the first official category of the year, that being the best action game of the year. And for our choices on this, if you guys missed the poll, those choices were The Guardians of the Galaxy, Ratchet & Clank, Rift Apart, Kenna, Bridge of Spirits, Samurai Warriors 5, Lost Judgment, No More Heroes 3, Foreclosed, Unmetal, Lost in Random, and Far Cry 6. Out of all those choices, there are a lot of really good ones to represent the action genre this year. Action had a really solid year for investment, especially in the indie scene. Indie really popped out with actions this year.
So, my pick was a very indie game called Unmetal. You guys can actually check it out. My review of it on the Jurassic Measure. I was shocked about this title when I played it. It's come from Versus Evil, and they actually did the an Epic series. I tried an Epic. I was like, okay, I can take it or leave it. But when they said that this was gonna be a spoof of one of my favorite games titles, I knew I had to try it, and when I tried the demo, I was hooked instantly because it was in the same format of the original Metal Gear game. So that was my pick, Unmetal.
Right, and for mine, it was actually No More Heroes 3. I was one of those people that after the last No More Heroes game came out, the Travis Touchdown Strikes Again one, I was uncertain about the future of the game, of the franchise, but it seems like the team over there have done a really good job, and No More Heroes 3 is a really good send off, in my opinion, for what is the Travis Touchdown trilogy. And it had always been in, I think, the developer's mind, they wanted to do a third game, but they could never get that funding. So the fact that they finally had the opportunity to develop the game they wanted in such a way was just really nice to see across the board. We also have a couple other of our members who voted this year in the background for our favorite anime person, Linnea.
Tactical move incoming!
Wow. Hey, Alex.
Yeah. Come on. Let's keep it going, everybody.
I'm sorry, I love that. The fact that you left that in there for all these years is hilarious. We really don't update these that often.
Oh, why? Why should we when we got gold already?
That's true. All we need is the one with Flaming falling out of his chair as a picture would be golden.
That could be arranged.
We should try the.
Anyways,
yes. So
continue on.
yes. So for Mr. Linnea, our fellow anime enthusiast in the TDM community, also the runner of the Draulxx Moe, or what was the Draulxx Moe, a former sister site to the TDM community. Highly recommend you check out his site. I'll see if I can find the link to post in the chat later on in the evening when I have the ability to. He picked Lost Judgment. Our favorite head of community and former of the TDM, Mr. Draulxx himself, picked Far Cry 6. Would you call him an editor, or would you call him a review master, basically?
A review Lee, because he does so much.
Review Lee, Mr. FoxieEXE, voted for Far Cry 6, and our lovely technical owner, I believe, Miss Light Samus, picked the Guardians of the Galaxy. The community vote, after the fixes, voted on Ratchet & Clank, Rift Apart. And our winner of this year's Best Action Game of the Year goes to goes to Far Cry 6, which doesn't surprise me. Far Cry 6, when I heard about Far Cry 6, I was like, I don't know. I've never been to Far Cry series. I've heard a lot of people like praise this one a lot for fixing all the problems that the previous entries have had for the last 3 games. So I might be willing to give it a shot in the future when I can afford to pick it up. And of course, there are people who didn't vote this year. We won't say their names because we don't want to call them out, obviously. But the community vote was the biggest thing for us to fix this year for you guys, so we're real happy we could fix that. Oh, there's Fox. Hey there, Fox. They really care more about the action part of this game. Yeah, I saw that. A lot of people said the action was considerably stronger in 6 than any other game in the past couple of years. So that's cool. I'm really happy to see that. All right, the next category we'll be playing with is the best adventure title. That title that you go through and you play with adventure in mind, or with your friends sometimes. For our options, we have It Takes Two, Cozy Grove, Game Deck, Opus Echo Star Song, The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, Road 96, 12 Minutes, The Big Con, Life is Strange, True Colors, and Sherlock Holmes, Chapter 1. Alex, what'd you pick?
Well, I picked It Takes Two. I only played a little bit on my Xbox, but
Yeah, you can come in, Fox.
it was actually... Oh, yeah.
Come in, Fox.
I only played a little bit of it, but what I played was actually pretty interesting. The story was really good. The real unique thing about it is there's no single player. You have to play it online with somebody, or it's couch co-op, which I can see how it could be a hindrance on some things, but it's trying to get that connection with another person.
Yeah, I could get that. I also picked It Takes Two. I've always seen gameplay of it, but I love the concept of it. Like, I love the idea of someone developing a couch co-op game in an era where online gaming and single player has kind of dominated that little adventure marketplace. So It Takes Two kind of stands out in the field of so many games that just don't allow a true co-op experience like old school fighters used to do. So it's just cool to see that type of thing come into play. Hey there, Fox.
To kind of add into It Takes Two, though, we've been getting, there's been like games coming out that's been like you and another person doing something in a game, and we've been having a couple of gems the past few years, and this one seems to have picked up on what those games have tried to do and really ran with it. And yeah, it can be a hindrance that you would need the 2 people. At the same time, it's strictly meant for this, and that's why it strived and did so well with it, because they went in with the fact of, we're not going to make it just a single player experience, it's meant to be for 2 people to experience.
And that is a fair thought, Fox. I actually do agree with that. So, Fox, what did you pick for your game of the year this year?
To be honest, you'll have to remind me, because when the voting came out, I did it right then and there.
Yours is Road 96.
Okay, so yeah, this one, definitely a shock in all the good ways. And they take elements of a roguelike and they make it into an adventure game. And the story is very nice, but without saying too much, they put elements of a roguelike, because you basically take control of different people as you do the journey, these random people. And it's all with a core story, and if you do well, you can do more influence on the overall story. And with you playing different people and interacting with the same group of people, you keep running into what these people are doing, and you as the player knows what's going on, but the people you run into don't know you because you're just yet another person on the journey. And it's really crazy how they do it. But if you would have told me that there's going to be a great adventure game that uses roguelike elements, I would think it would be weird and how the hell would you even do that? But they pulled it off amazingly. And if you're wanting something more of a graphic novel style gameplay and story driven one, definitely this one.
Fox, I sent you the link.
Aha, the mind thing.
Ah, yes.
It makes me remember things.
Alrighty. Well, our lovely anime enthusiast Linnea picked Life is Strange, True Colors. Draulxx picked It Takes Two as well, followed by Light Samus picking It Takes Road 96. Our community vote is It Takes Two, making the grand winner of this year's Adventure Game of the Year to be It Takes Two, which in reality it was actually a pretty strong competition for the most part with the voting. You did see a little bit of variety in the votes this year for the adventure games, but It Takes Two was a pretty solid pickup.
I think one of the weirdest things is you get so many games where it's like action and adventure, and you get so many games that could be either action or adventure, or they have some great elements that they could be in any category that could be action or adventure, but then they can go into another category better. It can be kind of a weird thing nowadays because a lot of generations and multiple different games.
Yeah, I can definitely see that, and that's definitely something you have to be careful about. Is that a lot of these game makers try and mix genres, and sometimes it can work, and sometimes it can kind of backfire. It's definitely a slippery slope, and there's elements you could use in both, but use too many of one, it leans more towards one type of game style than another.
Oh, I was mostly meaning it makes it interesting when doing rewards like this, when you have to choose something to fit in an exact category.
Oh, yeah. Alright, so the next game, next avenue we're looking at is the best role-playing game. The best game to play when you're in when you're in the mood to play somebody else other than yourself in the real world. And our options were Nier Replicant, Persona 5 Strikers, Scarlet Nexus, Monster Hunter Rise, Monster Hunter Stories 2, The Tales of Arise, Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, Bravely Default 2, Ruined King, a League of Legends story, and Shin Megami Tensei 5. Mr. Alex, what was your choice?
Well, it was the exact game that I actually finished last week, and it was Persona 5 Strikers. It did very well wrapping up it made another story, and I don't think there was another Persona that actually had a direct sequel, so I was surprised this was actually that. And it did very well trying to mix two genres together.
Alright. Mr. Fox, what was your pick here?
Well, unfortunately, I'm biased to Monster Hunter.
We can't wait till next month.
Yeah, wait till next month.
Oh yeah, I'm with role-playing games, like my favorite ones are like the ones where it's like I can tune everything out in a way and I believe I'm the guy on screen. And with Monster Hunter, it's like, oh, I get into it. I get into that one, which I mean, all my favorite RPGs, I can basically tell you, it's like I totally disconnect to what actually is going on, and I believe I'm the guy on screen.
And
that one pretty much drives me.
That's pretty fair, though. That is pretty fair.
Oh, yeah.
For my choice, I actually picked Ruined King, a League of Legends story. My reason for this was I had a huge thought process this game was going to be bad. Riot hasn't had the best marketing with a lot of their earlier titles like Valorant and stuff, and the fact they're releasing 2 games under the Riot Forge branding was kind of a skeptical. but I actually fell in love with Rune King. The story was great. The overall adventure process, the overall RPG itself was great. Taking characters you know from lore in the core game and bringing them to life in an RPG where they don't have to stand in a lane and fight another opponent really, in my opinion, make the game stand out from anything they had ever really worked on with other companies. So it was just something I instantly fell in love with.
I can somewhat add to this as well. You get so with League of Legends, and that's pretty much when people think of Riot Games, they think of that game. There's a lot of people, even from people who used to play the game, where they love the characters and they love the world that they're in, absolutely despise the game and will talk bad about it for days. But they still love the characters and they love everything around them. And I think them branching out to do something like this was necessary. And they knew, and I'm pretty sure Riot knew that people love their characters. Like even when they did that music video with their characters, and they keep doing other projects involving their characters outside League of Legends, I think is vital because you got a lot of people that love everything about League of Legends, just not the game. They don't want to play it, but they love everything else about it.
Yeah, it's very true.
And it's still,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, and, real quick, it's still one of the largest MOBAs. I'm not saying that it's bad. It's just, there's a lot of people that love everything about it but the game, and then you got the people that love everything including the game. So that's just what it is.
Well, Fox, I mean, what you say is very true. You see a lot of cosplay when it comes to League of Legends. It's all over the internet, and these people do wonderful designs with their characters.
Oh yeah, the other game that came out this year from Riot Forge, which isn't on any category, I believe, sadly, was the Hextech, the Hexplosive game, with featuring Heimerdinger and Ziggs, and I actually happened to buy that one and play it when it launched. It's basically a dash game, but it's really fun. Like it's honestly. Like it fits the idea. They take the character like Ziggs, who's a explosive expert, and give him the opportunity to kind of play around with music, and it's something that it's really good in the long term. I think it's gonna be a sleeper game for a while that people are gonna kind of forget exist, but it will. But it definitely, but using the bit trip formula with it really did work, which is surprising.
Either way, it's good to see that, because I used to play League of Legends, and then I started to, the gameplay got repetitive, and I started to not like it at all. But the characters they make in those games though, still widely popular, and you get people that watch it, but they don't want to play it. They hate the game, but they like watching it, or it's like one of those scenarios. And you get a group of characters which people love, but they may not play the game. Another perfect example of that is Team Fortress 2. Everyone absolutely loves the characters in Team Fortress 2, but half the people you'll talk to don't want to play it.
Oh yeah. Alright, so our other members of the community voted for Lalinia, and no, this is not on the actual list, but I will bring this up because I do agree with him to a degree. Final Fantasy games are roleplay games, even if they are online. Lolly's pick was Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker, and yes, again, it's technically an RPG because Final Fantasy games are generally considered RPGs by a long shot. And it's your own character in a living world, so I'm okay with that in that term.
There's also a huge role-playing community within a lot of the big MMOs. In all of them, there's huge role-playing communities. So I'm actually kind of surprised it wasn't on the list.
Yeah.
Well, it's got its own category, so that's why.
But yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, and then we also have Draulxx and Light Samus here, who picked the exact same game, Shin Megami Tensei 5, with the community vote going to Persona 5 Strikers, making the winner of the role-playing game of the year, Persona 5 Strikers. Atlus really hit it out of the park this year in reality. Like, Atlus I didn't like Atlas has done good things over the years, but this year they have really stepped up with development of games and being able to port and actually being able to get good ports out, which is something they struggled with in the past.
You know, DLD, to be honest, I couldn't see that coming.
Yeah, nor could I for a while. So hey, I mean that's the way the world works sometimes.
I feel like they're doing the same thing like we were just talking about with Riot. They have a set amount of characters and people that love certain games in the Persona series, because you'll get people that say like 3's their favorite, 4's their favorite, 5's their favorite. And even when they kind of came over to Smash Brothers with Joker, they even touched upon that, how there's like people like certain things. That's why they added certain types of music and the color backgrounds and whatnot for the stage. And I feel like Atlas embraced it a bit more when they're trying to branch out their Persona franchise more than just a single type of game genre.
Oh yeah, Atlas has definitely done really good this year, and with Atlas bringing out finally reporting after like 9-10 years since its initial release, Persona 4 Ultimax, Arena Ultimax, the fighting game franchise they put out back on the PlayStation 3 and 360 era of the world. I'm super excited for that, and that's going to be like my literal addiction when it first releases on PC for like 2 months.
Well, I think this is speculation, and from what I've seen on some articles online, they actually have another game coming out on Steam that they haven't announced. So we might see another game on PC. Don't know. It could be any of the. Well, it could be 3. It could be 5, maybe. Because I know I've seen a lot of people want 5 on the PC. So
Wouldn't be surprised if it's something that was only on PlayStation or something, and they're finally bringing it to PC. One of those scenarios, no matter what it is.
Well, they have spoken about, and this is again, it's a matter of hearsay versus logistics. There has been talk about them. They do want to report 3. They said they do it though. They want to kind of merge the best of FES, which was the best port of the game on the PlayStation 2, with the exclusivity feature of the female main MC from portable on the PSP, something that wasn't available in any other version of the game.
Have you followed the game series a long time?
I
guess?
have. I actually I started with 3 FES on PlayStation 2 back in 2000 and
Naive question then.
yes.
Because the Vita's been, gone for a bit and still kind of lingers around on life support and all that fun stuff. Did they do anything on the Vita that you would think that would be worth, or did they ever do anything on Vita that may come over to PC that you may be looking forward to? Since they're thinking about re-releasing stuff.
If we're talking Atlas, I would like to see the Dancing Trilogy make an appearance, because the Dancing Trilogy was available, at least 4 was, and then 3 and 5 did get a Vita release, but only in Japan.
well, heck, if it doesn't, then you can always go to Fantasy Star videos on YouTube and watch them dance that way.
Dear gosh. If they're going to go the DS route, though, what they need to bring over from that franchise is Q and Q2. Q and Q2 are extremely fun little RPGs in their own right, and are definitely worth the playthrough if you actually have access to them. Anyway, let's move on from Atlas here for a bit, because I think we're going to come back to them not too long in the near future, coming up with one of our future titles, I believe. And we're going to jump to the next segment of the show, the Best Platformer segment. So this is all your platforming goodness, jumping from platform to platform, killing bosses, all that fun stuff. And our games for that section are Cyber Shadow, Narita Boy, Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time, Skull, the Hero Slayer, Ender Lilies, Grime, Axiom Verge 2, Fist Forged in Shadow Torch, Psychonauts 2, and They Always Run. Mr. Alex, what was your choice?
It was a very difficult decision because, for those who know me, this is one of my favorite genres of video games. Usually comes in the form of Metroidvanias, but I've always grown up with platformers. Psychonauts 2 was a great contender. Holy crap, they did wonderful. They Always Run, I actually did on 12 Days of Indie. That was very fun. Axiom Verge 2, coming out with a sequel. The first one was amazing. I haven't played it, but I'm hoping to later. I actually played Grime, Ender, almost all of these, and I actually did a review of Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time. However, I have to give it to Cyber Shadow because they did a wonderful job getting that old school feel of Shinobi in there, with a little bit of mix of Mega Man in there as well, being the more technical background that they have. And it comes from the developers who did Shovel Knight.
Okay. That made that, yeah, so it definitely had a big background on that then, because Shovel Knight's a huge indie platformer.
Yep.
Mr. Fox, what was your pick on this one?
Silly enough, most in this category with platformers, I wasn't able to physically get this year or play, so it was mostly just watching and enjoying, other people doing so. And it had to have been Crash, and I don't know if it was, it probably nostalgia played a part in it, to be honest, but that one made me smile the most. And with platformer games, it's either, at least with me, I love they're usually not serious at all for most of the time, because you got Sonic, Mario, all these other ones that do platformers, and I guess I like the cartoony nature of the platformers and those kind of more, just from what I grew up with and enjoyed. But I had to go with Crash because it literally felt like this was the sequel we should have got like 10 years ago.
Well, just like its title, it's about time.
Yeah, literally.
I know, right? We finally we got Sony to do it edition.
There you go.
Oh, it's Toys for Bob that actually did it.
Well, you know what I mean. But the neat thing with Crash is I liked their approach to it. I think their marketing with it was great because they were basically trying to say, yeah, it's going to be Crash and it's going to be things you like about Crash. And I think all the additions and effects they did to it stayed true to it, and it felt like all good things. And it was nice, especially when most games nowadays, when they say, "Oh, check out this new feature," you kind of are like wincing and kind of like, "Oh God, what am I going to have to use my wallet on now?" Nowadays, and this was just a nice change of pace. With Psychonauts 2, though, was a very close second. Like, it's like Double Fine, like their quirky nature of things always hits it out of the park, at least with me, even on stuff they do okay with. But it was just a very close second for Psychonauts 2 compared to Crash to me.
I'm in the same boat as you, Mr. Fox. My vote went to Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time. Again, I agree with you on nostalgia. I think for me it was a little bit of a nostalgia hit. I grew up playing Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped a lot as a kid. And every game that followed Warped did not feel like a true Crash sequel. It always felt like they were trying to change the rules in just the way that felt off with Crash. So when this was announced, and it was announced as a true number sequel to 3, I eyed this one pretty openly. I was like, could they physically do it? Could Toys for Bob do the thing that everyone else has failed at? And they did. They actually succeeded. There are a few gripes I have with the game, but I think a lot of people have gripes with Crash Bandicoot 4. Like, there is... The old school difficulty does still kind of exist, which is a shame. Because I think the old school difficulty can be fun, but they made it a little too hard in some levels when it came to collecting everything. If you're a completionist, you're going to hate or despise this game by the end of it.
I guess that part didn't bother me too much because that annoyed me in all the games to the point I guess it felt like Crash when I was watching it.
Yeah, and to be honest, they actually made it easier with their improved checkpoint system.
That is something I will agree to. They did fix that. Let's see. Lolinia picked for platformer. They always run. Our lovely Lord Draulxx picked Skull, the Hero Slayer. And Samus picked Crash Bandicoot 4. It's about time. The community pick was Psychonauts 2, which was also a close second for me as well. I love Double Fine stuff, and Psychonauts is a classic, so the fact we got a second Psychonauts after so many years was just a lovely breath of fresh air in the platforming scene. But the overall winner for this year was, in fact, Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time, which, as the title says, it was about time for another good Crash game.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny because both of the best ones were basically games that should have came out years ago. And on top of that, you had two companies that were developers, which you could tell they were extremely passionate on both of these projects. And it's hard to pick which one's better than the other, and it's just personal preference at that point. But there's so much love and care that went into both of these games, which they're just definite plays if you're a fan of platformers.
Oh yeah, I highly recommend both of these. If you haven't played Crash Bandicoot 4 or Psychonauts 2, play them. Psychonauts 2 is even on the Xbox Pass, so if you have that pass, you can play it for free, basically.
Yeah, I think they even started out where it was on the pass day one.
Yeah, I think it was a day one pass game.
Because I played it day one.
So yeah, it's definitely worth looking at if you guys like platformers. Check those two out. Psychonauts 2, again, free on the Xbox Game Pass if you have that. Crash Bandicoot 4 still, I believe, is a Sony exclusive for the time being. Maybe a Nintendo Switch as well, but we should get to PC in the near future. I think they announced that some time ago. Alright, let's move into the next category of choice, the best strategy game. What game makes your brain think and bubble over? How do you play that? Let's find out. Our options were Stronghold, Warlords, Evil Genius 2, World Domination, Black Legend, Humankind, Super Robot Wars 30, The Rift Break. No. Give me my thing. Thank you. The Rift Breaker, Age of Empires 4, The Last Friend, Disgaea 6, Defiance of Destiny, and Jurassic World Evolution 2. Now this time, let's start with Fox here. What was yours on this one, Fox?
So this one's kind of an interesting one because for the most part, you got a lot of sequels, or if not, you got a lot where it's like heavily inspired by another popular game of the franchise. And I have to admit, this was similar to the platformer one. I could only just watch people play these, and Evil Genius 2 definitely brought a smile to my face, and it's definitely one that's now on my wish list for it. The others aren't bad, and they're great sequels, especially with Age of Empires, and Humankind seems like a nice different take on that type of what did they call it, like 4X style, like Civilization and things. But Evil Genius 2, I liked the path and the reasoning and what you have to do in the game and what you got to manage compared to some of the others. It just felt like I wouldn't say I guess a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, I could see that. Mr. Alex, what's your pick here?
Mine was the same, Evil Genius 2, World Domination. Because who wouldn't want to be an evil genius?
Yeah, your own version of Dr. Evil is what you
exactly.
with all the
That's
insanity
exactly.
behind it.
Who didn't want to do that?
Yeah, I will grant that. I will grant that. Mine was also World Domination, Evil Genius 2 World Domination. And mine was more of a pick of I really hadn't really had much impact with these type of games. And I love the concept behind this game. It's really cool, interesting to watch. It's definitely in the right hands of a player. It's a very interesting concept. What also caught my interest about this, though, was there is a YouTuber who did a music video for this game when it came out. And it was an amazing music video. And it sells the game very, very well because he sells the role of supervillain so well in the game's world. It was just really interesting to see, and I'm like, and I was like, so it caught my attention. I don't know if I'd ever really play it because strategy games have never been my cup of tea, but I do like watching them. So watching them is definitely something I will do when I get the chance.
This one's an odd one because at the same time, you have the resource management and things of like a tycoon simulator sort of deal, but most of the core gameplay is strategy, and with those, and it's kind of hard to pinpoint this, so it mostly just goes into more of your strategy style. And the best part about it is it doesn't take itself serious at all, and you get a lot of strategy games, which I think the only other one that doesn't take itself serious on the list is Disgaea. But this one has so much humor, and even like the free DLC type henchmen they've added have been crazy. Even the Pyro from Team Fortress.
Oh yeah, I forgot that they had him. That they had him as a character in that game. That's it.
They go crazy with it, and it just makes it a joy to watch.
Oh yeah, I can understand that. All right, so we also had Mr. Lolly vote Disgaea 6 Defiance of Destiny, which was a second choice for me in reality. I played some Disgaea games when I was younger, mostly because the Disgaea devs actually were a big brain power behind one of my favorite franchises of all time. In the modern gaming scene. So the fact that they still have Disgaea games coming out, newer ones, is really nice. Draulxx picked The Riftbreaker, one I haven't seen yet, but I've heard good things on. And Samus picked Humankind. I've heard some mixed reviews on that one, but I think there are people who really like Humankind, and there I think it's kind of a difference.
Humankind is good. The only issue with Humankind is some people go into it because they're fans of another type of game like it, and they compare it exactly to that, and you have some people then go, why am I just not playing that other one then? And I think that's where you kind of get the line of it being not hitting as good.
Okay.
Just because...
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So, our community vote was for the Age of Empires 4, which puts the winner of the best strategy game to be Evil Genius 2 World Domination. I honestly, congratulations to that one. That was definitely a surprise this year. No one saw that coming, considering the first one came out in like the early 2000s, and that was like almost 20 years ago when that game first came out. So, a sequel to that was just not thought of. So, it was just really cool to see something like that come out.
Well, same with Age of Empires. We thought, oh, they're never going to do another one again. It's been too long. And then they finally do. And that's just... And, I mean, you had people up to this point still playing even the previous ones. From 2 and 3 up until the new one came out. So...
That's totally fair. Yeah, this year's been a lot of gaming where games that have not seen games in 4 to 5 years plus have been making reappearances all over, and it's very interesting to see that that's where gaming kind of landed this year, considering we're still really in a pandemic where development is a struggle for some companies.
I think they're kind of running out of. I mean, remakes are popular because they're cheap to do. Most of the work's already done, and with the sequels, they already have the groundwork of something that's proven. And I think at this point they kind of ran out of the options that have been popular in the past few years, and then they're trying to say, hey, what's our popular stuff that we used to have, and going at that, because there's still a lot of call for a lot of different franchises, and I just think it's just what's been happening. They ran out of the current ideas that's been successful to do that, and then they're kind of giving those a break and doing some of their more older stuff.
And that's actually pretty fair, honestly. I'm glad they're doing it though, because it's really
Oh, same here.
it's putting a fresh spin on older titles that we don't normally see, and it's just nice overall.
There's been a few games, and I think we have to thank remasters for this, because a lot of people don't realize when a remaster of a series comes out and it becomes really popular and sells a lot, not only does that tell them, hey, people want this product and all, but it also puts that series in their crosshairs to do more, just because they had something that was cheap that they just made, and it made them too much money. And it really showed a lot of companies, despite all the remakes coming out, that hey, people really do want these old IPs still. And I would even argue with games like Command and Conquer Remastered doing well, and a few of the others that were doing well that they've been releasing in the past, has just basically said, hey, maybe we should just give this a try again and see if people want it. And I think
Look,
that also led to the new Age of Empires and all these other stuff coming out now.
that's also what happened with Persona as well, because they released Persona 4 on PC. They didn't think they would do so well. It sold about 3 to 4 times they actually thought it
That
was going to sell.
I
And go ahead.
I was just going to say, I would argue with the whole Persona thing is it finally got out of its limited audience, just because it used to be like only on one console, and now multiple people were finally able to experience it. It was like one of those things where when people found out about it, it was on a previous system, and then when people were finally able to get a hold of it now and actually enjoy it on their own time to a wider audience, it blew up. Same with what happened with Yakuza.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
As soon as a lot of people were finally able to experience it, it blew up.
Oh yeah, for sure. All right. Well, hate to cut that little conversation short, but we do have to keep moving on our lovely list of awards. And the next award we're going into is the best horror game. How spooky can you get? That is the question that we have to ask here. What spook scared us the most? This year's options were The Medium, Little Nightmares 2, Resident Evil Village, Tormented Souls, The Alan Wake Remaster, In Sound Mind, The Dark Picture Anthology House of Ashes, Elisa, Them and Us, and Inscription. Mr. Fox, what was your pick on this one?
Horror is a weird category for me because for the most part I don't like horror things. Mostly when it comes to horror, it feels like they're just going for gore, shock, or stuff like that. And so I'm sort of the person where if you ask what's my favorite type of horror games, I would even like take stuff like the Dark Soul series as a horror genre that I enjoy. So I had to choose Resident Evil this time around because I felt like it struck the right balance of its creepiness, its storytelling, action, and I feel like they sort of figured out what hasn't worked and found out what did work, and they really put a bit. I think they put a bit more thought into the main villain, protagonist, and all this time around.
All right, that's pretty fair. Alex, what was your thoughts on this one?
Well, you know me. I love my horror stuff. But there was Tormented Souls that was trying to be your Silent Hill type thing. You had Alyssa that was supposed to be your old school Resident Evil that actually had PlayStation graphics. There was It was actually a better year in horror this year it hasn't been in the past. It started out very slow with really just Resident Evil Village being the only horror game that was of note in the beginning, and then at the end it started to really flourish. I too have to give it to Resident Evil Village because just like basically I'm agreeing with Fox, but with the addition to they actually have a connection with Seven and the other Resident Evils, which floored me. They actually wrapped it up very nicely.
Alright, that's pretty open there. I actually will agree on that. In my case, though, I actually went over Resident Evil Village. While I love the concept of Village, I like the villain, I like the story connections. For me, it went to Little Nightmares 2. The first Little Nightmares was a gem of a horror game. I loved the concept of Little Nightmares. And there was a lot of people for years, for like the last couple of years, asking for a sequel for this game. And it was just really nice to finally realistically have a sequel to such a very interesting game where the idea was not to so much attack your horror monster head on, but to hide from it and escape it in a sense, like an old school stealth game. It was something I really appreciated about the original game, and they definitely took that into full consideration with alterations for its sequel. So I'm just really happy that again we got a sequel for this game because it really did ultimately deserve more recognition for what it can do in that type of genre. Alright, let's see. Mr. La Linea picked Inscription. Draulxx also picked Resident Evil Village, not surprised there. Light Samus picked Inscription for our vote this year. The community vote was also for Resident Evil Village, which doesn't surprise me. Which means the winner of this year by a landslide, for the most part, was Resident Evil Village. And in all honesty, it did deserve it. I think this was a really good year for Capcom in terms of like new titles, especially after the sort of blunder, and I call it a blunder in loose terms, that was Resident Evil 3 and the whole sort of remake of the multiplayer stuff that they kind of didn't do too well with.
Well, to be honest, it wasn't a blunder, it just kind of fell flat. I mean, 3 was always, and the original 3 was always supposed to be a part or a expansion of 2. They just didn't really put it into 2. So that's why they made the third game. However, I do have to agree with you. The third one, the remake of the third one, I completed in 3 hours. There's just not enough, and they cut more that they didn't need to cut out more, especially since it was that limited.
I would argue of late, Capcom's done a good job on refining their identity and what made them popular to begin with. And we're starting to see that with not only the stuff they're kind of bringing out and doing with like even like Ace Attorney and all those others, but like with their fighting games and their support to the communities of them, and just I think just overall they're kind of figuring out why people like them in the first place, and they're just capitalizing on it all.
Yeah, that is very true. They're finding their footing again, which is what they really needed after like the last couple of years. They just haven't had that footing, which is fair. Not all companies hold that footing forever, and it does take people time to figure that out. Alright, this is going to be an interesting one. The next category is the best sports/racing game. What game was what game caught your eye the most as a sports or a racing title this year? This year we did combine them. Previous years we've had them as separates, but there were so few releases this year in terms of like actual sports or racing titles. It kind of got moved into one big category just to kind of even everything out for both sides. Hello, Draco. How are you doing?
Hey, Draco.
As I was saying, our options are MLB The Show 21, Mario Golf Super Rush, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2, Skatebird, Wave Break, Hot Wheels Unleashed, Riders Republic, Forza Horizon 5, Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania, and Just Dance 2021 or 22. Sorry about that. All right, Mr. Fox, what was your pick on this?
So, despite me really loving the 2 skateboard games on our list, I had to go with Forza Horizon 5. Man, is it pretty, and it sounds great, and everything you want cars to look like and sound like and handle and all that other stuff, that's it.
That sounds like a good way to explain a racing game. Okay, sorry, my racing. No.
Yeah, and this one did it really good.
All right, Mister.
Like,
Sorry, go ahead.
Like, blew it out of the water. Like, this is like one of those, like, if for some reason 10 years from now they didn't do another Forza Horizon game, I think that they would remake this one. They just, like, if you're a fan of even just cars, this one's a must.
Okay. Mr. Alex, what was your pick?
Well, Bubba Bird is the word. I picked Skatebird. It took Tony Hawk and made it ridiculous by making you play as a bird and had so many bird puns into it too. I just instantly fell in love with it.
I love Skatebird. Like, I was going into it and thinking it's going to be a crappy Tony Hawk, and what it turned into was a very charming spin to Tony Hawk, and oddly enough it felt less arcadey than Tony Hawk despite all the levels feeling arcadey.
Oh man.
And with that I have to get going. I'll see you guys next year.
All right, Mr. Alex, you have a good night. Thank you for coming in to joining us, and we will see you. I will talk to you soon, man.
Take care, everyone.
All right, my pick was Skatebird, and I agree with Alex completely on a lot of, and same with Fox on this one. Skatebird was just such a charming title, and when I first saw this game get played through the TDM community, I was really impressed by it because it felt like they took Tony Hawk, replaced the bird with the man on skateboard with a bird, but they kept the tricks, they kept the systems that made Tony Hawk good around the time Tony Hawk was one of the better titles for skateboarding. On top of that, just the fact you could dress up the birds in like little costumes as you unlocked little pieces for them was just really adorable. Something that I thought was like something you couldn't do in the Tony Hawk universe, and it was just a clever little way to do it. Plus the puns. Dear God, the bird puns were just amazing.
Not just the puns, like, this has a straight up feel of a skateboarding game, and I'm not joking when I say it feels less arcadey than Tony Hawk playing it, and it feels more physics based.
Yeah, it really does.
And the character customization's amazing. Even if you're a fan of birds, they have like every single bird you can ever have as a pet as one you can do and play as off the get-go. I was a Koorbara.
I think I was the owl. Oh man.
But yeah, that game had a nice charming story. It was harder than I expected in some parts with what they had to make you do. I liked how there was a soft resets built in there, so you could just like retrying some places, so you didn't have to like do a useless climb all the way to the top. I liked the level setup where a bunch of useless objects, just like, oh, it's just like clutter and trash around a room, was basically your skate park. It harmed it at some places because of how the grinding, and it just wouldn't register the jumps so well. But at the same time, it's a really good skateboarding game, and the soundtrack's amazing.
Oh yeah, like it is. If you haven't looked at Skatebird, as an indie game, it's really good. I highly recommend that one. Just because even if you're not a fan of Tony Hawk and you like Tony Hawk style games, it is basically Tony Hawk if you took out Tony Hawk and actually made Tony a Hawk. Okay, so everyone else on this list, no joke, Lolly, Draulxx, and Samus all picked Forza Horizon 5, with the community picking Forza Horizon 5, which makes Forza Horizon 5 this year's winner of the best sports/racing title, and that's totally fair. I think it has earned that right. So, congratulations to them.
It blew it out of the water. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, they blew out of the water. I've seen some of the stuff for that game. It's amazing.
Just by the looks of it alone is crazy.
Alright. Well, let's move from some sports and racing to some MMORPGing and some survival. Why don't we? So our next list is going to be games that are either MMORPGs or survival titles. Again, another list we kind of can merge into two, because there weren't really as many MMOs or survival games that came out this year that were of note personally. So just something we did as a heads kind of way to make things work. And two of these on this list are my personal opinion are controversial just because of their history, but because of how little there was, it does make sense them being here. The list will be World of Warcraft, the Burning Crusade Classic Server, Phantasy Star Online 2, New Genesis, Crowfall, New World, Elion, Blessed Unleashed, Cryofall, Marvel Future Revolution, Moonlight Sculptor, and Warhammer Odyssey. Now, Mr. Fox, what was your pick for this one and why?
So, I'm awkward when it comes to MMOs. Mostly because I used to play a lot of World of Warcraft, and I used to do a lot of the older Asian-style MMOs. And both of those mixed together has an odd taste in my mouth with World of Warcraft and for Final Fantasy, yet have fond memories at the same time. But I did like what Elion did a bit different in its style and looks. It felt actually different compared to some others, even though it kind of carries the same generic styles as they all do. I have to admit, I don't put any hours into real MMOs like those anymore, though. So my out of all the ones on this sheet, I would think that I have the least say on this category more than most.
That's totally fair. That's totally fair, honestly. For me, as much as I'm going to begrudgingly say this, my pick was Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis. Now, I'm going to make a statement here that it's going to not shock Fox, but a lot of people who know who I am.
Who are you?
I didn't like New Genesis as much as I thought I was going to. I liked the original Phantasy Star Online 2. I thought that was a fun time. I enjoyed the mission style controls. I enjoyed like the content of it. But then you got into New Genesis and you had this open world and this like new visual design, and I was like, okay, cool, this is gonna be a great concept, and it's the reason why I picked it in the long term. But at the same time, I kind of felt like it was because Because it just felt like there was nothing to do in that open world. Getting levels was harder than it should have been. Missions were locked behind leveling that was a tedious grind. There were so many things that the game did just not right that it could have been done better that they never fixed. And to this day, I don't think they've still not fixed it. And so I basically stopped playing it.
You are not alone in that thought. Actually, a bunch of my friends had similar thoughts in it, and we mostly kind of figured out that it mostly comes from them using the same exact game to have in their other game. And I think they sort of did that on purpose to not have too much, because they want you to basically play both games at once.
Oh,
The new expansion and the previous.
yeah, and that's fair. I will grant them that. But I feel like if I'm going to go back to Phantasy Star, I'm practically just going to go back and play the original Phantasy Star Online 2 content. I'm going to bypass New Genesis because New Genesis to me felt like it was sort of it needed a little more time in the oven to really solidify what it could have been, and it needed more stuff in the world to really do instead of go here and fight 15 of this type of monster to do it again in less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, there's not, and with their rinse and repeat format they do, doesn't feel as rewarding. And as odd as it sounds, like even when I do Monster Hunter, even though it's literally that exact same thing you just said, it actually feels more engaging and rewarding for doing so.
Yeah.
Uh, but I feel like with Phantasy Star 2, they spent too long getting it over here, uh, on this side of the world, and then with their expansion, I feel like they focused a lot in, well, we have this game everyone's been loving for too long. We don't want to interfere with that, so they tried to do something that kind of just attaches to that, but separate.
I can see that. Like, again, that's just my personal thoughts. Like, I love Phantasy Star 2 as a whole. If they had just maybe given New Genesis a little bit of time with a little more time in the oven to really be a little more concrete, I would just be fine with it. But to me, it just had enough flaws that it's great, and I would go back to it in the future if they fix it. But right now, I just don't intend to do that. And Draco has some good points here in the chat. A lot of bugs. The infinite download. Oh, that was a problem I ran into at least once or twice. That was a pain in the butt. The infinite.
I was just going to say, I feel like all those issues is because they were nervous about basically saying we have too many people that love Phantasy Star 2, so they did something that just attaches to the game, and it doesn't really feel like an expansion. It just feels like a DLC.
Yeah, and I get that. It's more like it's more like a Phantasy Star 2.0 DLC, not so much like a brand new expansion to the world.
And I think all that came from fear of them not wanting to lose what they had.
And that's fair. Alrighty. Alex also picked Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis. La Linea once again, though it's not on the list, though I would argue it could be here if we didn't put it in the certain another other spot. Was Final Fantasy 14 Online, and Walker, and again I see his point on that one. And Walker is Final Fantasy 14 is an MMO by nature, and I do think it should have been in here to some degree. But if it did do that, let's just be honest, it would it would have taken the show real quickly. Draulxx picked Marvel Future Revolution. Samus also picked Phantasy Star Online 2. And the community actually voted for something I didn't think anyone was going to vote for, and that was New World. Which I'm actually surprised on that one.
New World's nice, but at the same time, when I was watching it and all that fun stuff, I mean, as silly as it sounds, it's like people, oh, you can cut down trees and do all that, and I'm like, okay, RuneScape. Oh no, you can go out and go kill these other people like here in this section. Okay, like RuneScape.
So basically, it's RuneScape.
It felt like Viking RuneScape. At least when everyone was trying to convince me, which isn't bad. A lot of games, I feel like they tackled the survival element of it, and they took the world PvP element a lot of people loved with World of Warcraft and all those, and I think they did a lot of things well, at least in their foundation. But then when it came to cooking the cake, they figured out that it's harder than the recipe.
Yeah, that's really what it came down to.
They have the foundation.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if in like a couple of years this turns into like one of the more popular ones.
Yeah, that's if it survives long enough, though, because right now, there's been talk about them pulling support for New World in the next 3 months if they can't get things back in running order.
I would argue that they had a super shaky development even before it even came out, and it would have had to have gone all perfect for them to survive. And with as much trouble as they have, it's just one of those things where they spent all the money already.
Yeah, I get that. However, that being said, the winner by a mile, surprisingly on this one, was Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis. But yeah, DarkLunarDude, I can understand that. The hoops to fix that were a pain in the butt. I will agree with that. But yeah, so if they could fix the problems in New Genesis and make it worthwhile, I'd happily go back to that. But until then, I'll probably stay with Final Fantasy XIV until further notice, because I'm way too far into that game, that grasp of that game already.
With Phantasy Star, I feel like they just played it way too safe, and they were afraid to lose what they already had. And out of that, just was a pain because the game's been out for a very long time, and they wanted to do a lot of new things. And I would say most of the bugs and issues came out of them trying to force things to something that was never really meant to ever do it.
Yeah, that's very true. Alright, so moving on from the MMORPG side of the world to some fighting games. This is the best fighting / fighters / beat 'em up games. Again, a lot of games mixed into one giant cooking pot because, well, there were so many games that came out in these genres that they all kind of flow together, and we just kind of put them in one giant cooking pot for you guys to pick from. Your options for this one were Virtua Fighter 5 Ultimate Showdown, Guilty Gear Strive, Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yabai, the Kami Chronicles, Melty Blood, Type Lumina, The Last Friend, Hanako, Honor and Blade, Big Rumble Boxing, Creed Champions, Cobra Kai, The Karate Kid Saga Continues, Blood Rain Betrayal, Fresh Bites, and The Legend of Tianding. Mr. Fox, what was your pick and why did you pick that?
Legend of Tianding. I'm probably butchering it, but I can't remember how it's pronounced.
I think it's Tianding, but I'm not positive.
I know. I feel bad because I absolutely liked this one. This one I wasn't expecting too much going into it, but this one is a very charming beat 'em up that's based off of basically a Robin Hood-like character from Taiwan during when it was Japanese occupied in the colonial times. It's based in a legend. It plays really nice, and it's not overly serious at all. It's almost the look and feel of it is straight out of a comic book style, and this was a very nice beat 'em up that I enjoyed.
Alright, that's pretty fair. And a bunch of people actually agree with you on this one, with Alex and Lolly both agreeing with you on this particular title. For my choice, though, I ended up picking Guilty Gear Strive. I have been a somewhat big Guilty Gear fan since Guilty Gear Xrd on the PlayStation 3 way back before it hit PC. And when it came to PC about a year or so later, I immediately picked up on it there, and I've loved Guilty Gear ever since. I think it's a really good comparison to BlazBlue, where it's got the right combat style and like the visual style I love with the anime aesthetic, but it also takes itself seriously. Strive took it a series further and removed a lot of what we call the combo chaining, but it kept the series main staple of the right combination of buttons gives you big numbers, and big numbers equal big damage. So it kept its heart, even though it removed the thing that kept it being open to newer players within the Rev and Rev 2 releases over the past couple of years.
The Guilty Gear series, I would argue, is one of those series that if you had to basically choose one that had a lot of highs and at the same time had a lot of lows, I would say it's Guilty Gear.
Yeah.
And you got some games where it's like it's either really good or it's not good at all.
Well, the thing was, Guilty Gear for a while was pretty much non-existent because another company owned the rights to Guilty Gear for quite a few years, and the team who developed the original Guilty Gear games, were the team who made the BlazBlue games, and because they didn't have access to Guilty Gear at the time, and they didn't have access to the controls for it, they ended up making the BlazBlue franchise as sort of a spiritual successor to Guilty Gear. But
oh, I know what you're talking about. A similar series I love ran into that recently, and it seems like everything finally smoothed out because the same people who you used to do Harvest Moon split, so you had two different Harvest Moon games, Story of Season, and then you had Harvest Moon, and then at the same time the rights with Rune Factory and all that were kind of like in limbo as well. It was like a very awkward time where it's like, hey, that thing that we did and worked, we can't really do it too well because we can't do it as we used to.
yeah, it's a rights thing, and the fact that they got their rights back and they brought Guilty Gear back with the rights with Xrd, and then they continued it with the Rev 1 and Rev 2 updates. And then Strive came out, and Strive kicked it out of the park. Strive was probably the best game they've done in a while in terms of like pure fighting game aesthetics. And a fun side note, a release coming out in March of 2022 from Atlas. Persona 4 Arena Ultimax was actually helmed by the same development team as the BlazBlue and Guilty Gear series, which is why I bought it to begin with, because I was a big fan of the BlazBlue games. So it's going to be a very similar combat style to Guilty Gear and BlazBlue, which is really nice because that combat style is always kind of fun to play with. Alright, let's see. Draulxx picked Guilty Gear, which doesn't surprise me with that. However, Samus was the only one of us to pick the Demon Slayer title. And I've looked into this one. It looks really fun, but it's one of those games I would have to buy on like a sale. Because I really just don't see myself buying it otherwise. The community vote went to Guilty Gear. And the winner of this year's award for the best fighter or beat 'em up title goes to The Legend of Tianding. Which, is that an indie title out of curiosity? I'm not positive.
I think so.
Indies have been doing good this year then in the award ceremony.
I sort of hate that term in a way because I think, because it's still game developers.
Yeah.
Rather big or small, and at the same time, it's like, if anything, it's just an embarrassment to like the larger companies because you get smaller teams that are pumping out some really good gems, and but most of the time when you hear indie titles, it's kind of looked down on, where it's like, oh well, we got to promote them up. They can't do as much as the bigger companies, and at the same time, it's like they're doing better than the bigger companies.
Oh no, yeah, that's basically what it
It's
is.
crazy. So it's like I have a love-hate relationship with the term just because it's like I feel like they're just dividing the game developers in a way, but in reality they're doing better than most developers.
Yeah, indie teams surprisingly are doing better than some AAA devs, which is a very shocking thing to think about. But it only goes to show that development for games can be really can if you're a small team or a big team with the right people and the right drive to make a good title can really work.
And then you got a lot of good developers that are going away from the AAA studios, doing their own studios, and it's you basically get to see them do finally what they wanted to do, and it pays off
Oh yeah, for sure.
immensely.
Good example to that would be
Bloodstain.
Bloodstain was one, but also Kojima.
Oh yeah.
Kojima when he finally left Konami and made his own studio, Kojima kicked it out of the park with his first title, and it's something that people are looking forward to with his next title, because it looks like we might actually finally get another similar type of game to survival horror again.
That's kind of always hard to say because Kojima does a nice balance of stuff. And when you basically, he goes about the story, art, and all that type of stuff. And I don't think he restricts himself to such genre titles. I think he goes out to do something, and what it comes out to be is what it is. And he makes it work through that.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, that's very true. Kojima has always kind of been that way, though.
In a good way.
Oh yeah, in a good way, like not a bad way. Kojima, you want to talk about a man of gaming legend? There. That's the first person that's on that list. I like this one. Draculator is very right. I feel like indie companies are more likely to listen to their players and more likely to put more effort into making a good game since they might not get a second chance. That's very true, though. Because with indie games...
I would argue that they just have passion for their project. And the devs on that, of course their lifeline is on the line, because this is what, they put a lot of hours into eating and whatnot. But at the same time, I feel like they actually do care for their product, and they want it to succeed. And there's too many times in too many places where you feel like with a lot of the AAA titles, they really don't care for feedback good unless it's exactly what they want. While with a lot of the ones that are considered indie devs go to they'll talk, they'll address, they'll basically actually talk with you why they did something a certain way, or they'll promote something. You'll actually have a conversation, if that makes sense, and you'll actually get and even if the feedback isn't something they want, they still at least talk to you about it, or like, oh, this is why we did this direction.
Right. That makes sense. Alrighty, on to the next category. On category 11, actually, we're actually making some pretty good progress for the show. We have the best roguelike slash light-ish. This is basically your roguelike slash light-ish games that are going to have procedure-generated levels, gear, that type of thing. For our entries on this list were Curse of the Dead Gods, Rogue Lords, Dandy Ace, Boyfriend Dungeon, Returnal, Death's Door, Into the Pit, Skull the Hero Slayer, Loop Hero, and Gunfire Reborn. For my pick on this one, I actually picked Rogue Lords. I had seen gameplay of this. This is not a game I have actually played. Out of all the games that were on this list, though, that I have watched, Rogue Lords had the most interest to me in terms of how it was designed. And keeping that sort of style that you would expect with smaller games like that, but still feeling like a more almost like a a double A development time style game. And it was just really nice to see a refreshing throwback into that genre, where a lot of games don't do that much these days. Mr. Foxy, what game did you pick and why?
First off, I want to say this year has been an incredible year for roguelikes. In most of the categories we've done so far, I could give you reasons to, hey, you may not want to do that game. With this category, any of these are good. Definitely worth to look into all the ones you heard on this category. I myself enjoyed Death's Door the most. With this one, it was very charming, isometric, roguelike, but it follows almost like a similar vibe to how the progression of Dark Souls is. So you'll go to an area, defeat the boss, go to the next area, sort of deal, with a lot of the story being told through the NPCs as you go, but with a lot within the world as well. And not everything's just told to you up front as either. And this one was just very fun, charming. Its style was nice as well, in terms of its visuals. And it was pretty much my favorite roguelike I played this year.
Sounds interesting, actually. I might have to look into that one a little more then, because I've seen some stuff on Death's Door, but it's not it didn't catch my interest at first, so it's something I kind of put to the back burner. I might look into that one though in the future. Our other people in the TDM community who are voters here, Alex picked Skull, the Hero Slayer. La Linea picked Boyfriend Dungeon because it wouldn't be Lolly if he didn't pick something involving anime. Let's be honest.
That one's actually good though.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like it's because they're mixed with the dating sim part of it is humorous, and they did a good job with it.
Yeah. Hold on, I'll bring Fox up a bit. Hold on there, Draco. Alright, that should work. Let me know how he sounds, Draco, when we do the next talking segment here. Draulxx picked Gunfire Reborn, and so did Samus. And I've heard a lot of things about Gunfire Reborn this year, so that's doesn't surprise me. The community actually voted for Loop Hero, which is something no one else voted for. And I've seen Loop Hero a little bit. I think they actually gave it away as part of the Christmas gifts on Epic. One day, I forget what day it was, and I think I picked it up there. So I may play that one just to see how good it is. But the winner overall for this category is actually Gunfire Reborn by 1 vote. Every other game except for Gunfire had a single vote this year.
Yeah, I wasn't joking. This year's a good year for roguelikes, and everything on this list is worth looking at. Hopefully my volume's better, Draco. Thank you for letting me know. It's so weird because I'm always nervous about it being too loud than too quiet.
Yeah, I tried to buff you up earlier at the start just as a safety, but I wasn't sure I actually got you high enough, so it's good that we have someone in there to find that. Yeah, check out all these games if you haven't. They are definitely worth looking into if you have not looked into this type of stuff. It is definitely a good year for the roguelike genre as a whole. Our next one, though, is one I'm going to admit I don't have as much knowledge of, so this is kind of like my worst area, similar to how Fox's was MMOs. And that is the best simulator / life sim game.
I can help you on this category.
The options are Grow, Song of the Evertree, Gas Station Simulator, Car Mechanic Simulator 2021, Ember, Epic Chef, Farming Simulator 22, Big Farm Story, SnowRunner, Lawn Mowing Simulator, and Story of Seasons, Pioneers of Olive Town. Go ahead there, Fox. What's your pick here and explain for us?
100% gas station simulator. So, with a lot of simulator games, and even the ones I enjoy, you feel like you just do the one task really well. And a lot of people get that idea when they see uh, like that's another misconception with farming simulator. They think, oh, I'm just going to plant and watch things grow, and they don't understand the intricacies of everything you have to do to almost it's a tycoon style game. And gas station simulator does that just as well as like farming simulator. And with gas station simulator, it just adds not just a story to go along with it too, but you grow a gas station from like a rundown piece of crap to something that's basically like a landmark on Route 66, and you add a garage and you add all these other little things, and they even have a DLC to add more, and then you can even hire people to even do more of the mundane tasks, like even doing the checkout at the registers. And you have to, there's just so much into it where it does more than what most simulator games do, and it's one of those where you'll never find yourself doing just the one thing, but you'll find yourself like I would argue if you're really into like tycoon style games, that you definitely want to look into gas station simulator because you'll be pretty much running a business and growing it.
All right, that's pretty fair. My pick was actually Llama Simulator, and I kind of picked this one as a joke at one point, as a point, because a lot of people have pointed to simulators as watching grass grow. So, what better point of watching grass grow than the ability to cut said grass, right? Realistically, it's just funny. I just like the concept of it. Like, the idea you're playing a simulation about mowing your grass. Like, you could go do that on your yard right now if it wasn't, like, midnight, a little past, if it wasn't, like, almost 12:30 at night for me. In any day of the week. But you're playing in the video game format. It's kind of just, like, a funny little trade-off in a sense. Like, it's just a funny bit, and I just appreciate that. So, yeah.
With those sorts, uh, there are people that really love mowing their grass, and there's people that really love the lawn care. With this one, it's a real chill game. You don't have to worry too much, and you can just relax, kind of turn off your brain and enjoy. Even a game that me and Alex have just done recently because the co-op is Power Wash Simulator, and it's literally that chill. We put on a movie on Discord, and we were just doing Power Wash Simulator together, and it just was real chill and relaxing and total like switch off your brain while doing something. And with Lawnmower Simulator, I feel people enjoy it that same way, where it's real chill, and you just enjoy the chillness about it.
And that's totally fair. Um, Alex picked Story of Seasons, Pioneers of Olive Town. Obvious for Alex because let's be honest, that's Alex's kind of thing. Both him and his wife are pretty big into like those farming type games. So I could definitely see that for him and Lala kind of being their kind of game.
Oh yeah, it's their co-op type thing. It's something they can both do together real nice, and those sort of games just are just really nice with them together. So it hits him in a special place in his heart because it's something that him and his missus can enjoy.
Oh, for sure.
And that one's not bad either. If Story of Seasons has done way better than its counterpart Harvest Moon has done of late.
Oh yeah, I noticed that. Lolly picked Grow, Song of the Evertree. Draulxx picked Epic Chef. Samus picked Farming Simulator 2022. The community vote also went to Farming Simulator 2022, which makes the winner again by an odd, right? Almost everybody picking a different title to be Farming Simulator 2022, which
That one still deserves
No,
it.
it does. It does deserve it. I will ultimately agree with that. I think that that game actually earned its stripes this year, and I'm definitely happy that it did so well. All right, go ahead.
I was just going to add on, Farming Simulator is like one of those series. It's like people don't get it until they play it, and it's one of those where it's actual farming. And even if you have an inkling or even enjoyed like other farming games like Harvest Moon or Story of Seasons or any of those, and you just enjoyed working on the farm or even having your own farm, this one's still to look into, and it's still a gem to play. And just the realism they put into it as well with the actual machines you would actually use if you were on a farm just adds to it and makes it even better.
Oh yeah, yeah, I can understand that. All right, we're moving on to the best add-on content. This does count for both expansions as well as DLCs. So you can have either or for this. And the options that were provided were Elite Dangerous, Odyssey, Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade, The Elder Scrolls Online, Blackwood, Final Fantasy XIV, Endwalker, Marvel's Avengers, Wakanda, No Man's Sky Frontiers, Warframe, The New War, Conan Exiles, Isle of Sipta, Godfall, Fire and Darkness, and Disco Elysium, The Final Cut. Alright, Mr. Fox, what is your pick and why, sir?
No Man's Sky Frontiers. And this is one of those where every time they've added something in, it may not seem a lot at first, but at the same time it seems like it's done with thought and care. And they've just constantly rebalanced and redone things. And they even add some, like, I guess a good way of saying it, MMO light elements. Like, just same as how Monster Hunter has their multiplayer and it kind of can feel like an MMO. No Man's Sky does the same way with their multiplayer in a way. And it's just been a joy to return whenever they do one of these expansions. Even if it's just like a week or two, I'll play it. Or even just revisit every once in a while. It's the expansions just felt meaningful enough to come back and enough of a excitement to come back too. And I think that's the best thing you want on something that's an add-on.
Oh yeah, I can definitely understand that. For sure. And that game started out terribly. Like, that game started out like it was like Death's Door. No one wanted to play it. It had nothing to do. The ending was very bland. Like, you couldn't explore a lot of other planets like the game actually set you up to do. And they...
You can't say that phrase anymore because Death's Door is a good game.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, it fit...
I know.
It fit, though, with freaking... It fit, though, with No Man's Skies at first launch.
Oh, definitely. And anyone who's still skeptical or like even were unsure of what happened with No Man's Sky, an internet historian did an amazing documentary on that one. But it's really made a comeback.
Oh, yeah. I agree with that. There's actually an episode of The Completionist, I think it still exists, where he actually defended No Man's Sky for doing what it did, even though it failed at launch.
It was a crazy undertaking.
Yeah, that's the thing, Draco. They started out really rough, but they took all the feedback and they took it to make the game better on a fast scale. Like, they didn't...
They actually cared about it.
Yeah, the devs cared, and that's exactly what that's what a lot of devs don't do. They pump out a game, they maybe do one or two patches to kind of balance it, maybe do a couple add-on contents to balance out those do some patches to balance the new content, and then just let it sit there for the rest of its life. A lot of game devs do that, and with No Man's Sky, they kind of went the opposite route with that type of game.
Now there is, and there's even like one series that I mean, even though it came out last year, I would argue that's like a perfect example where the devs love the game and they keep adding stuff on every once in a while. No Man's Sky has been one of those that when it pops on my radar, I try out. But like even Terraria is the same way with that sort of thing. When they add in content, it's just it makes you excited to come back to the game,
Oh yeah.
and that's how No Man's Sky feels. I don't feel any pressure to play it more or less. It just makes you excited to come back.
That's totally fair. Honestly, that is totally fair there, Fox. For me, my pick was, of course, Final Fantasy XIV and Walker. I cannot tell you how many hours I have delved trying to get to that content. I am nowhere near that content. But every single thing I have seen about Endwalker, the new classes, the music, the new expansion stuff, the new dungeons, the raids, everything has been an amazing extension of what Final Fantasy XIV already had going for it with the previous expansions. And it really aims to kind of wrap up try to wrap up the story that's been developed through all the expansions up to this point, or at least lead it to a point you're finally seeing, and you're finally going to see it like an end to that storyline somewhat, and not through an MMO experience. And I really just love the fact that they're able to do that, and Yoshi P can really give that game 110% without it feeling like it's bogged down by development of other titles. Like, it still has one of the best communities out there, and it's grown dramatically because of the whole situation with World of Warcraft right now.
The silly part is, like, a lot of people didn't realize when it comes to World of Warcraft, and I would tell some people this at GameStop that I worked with, and they wouldn't believe me. And I kept trying to tell them, you have, like, with a lot of people that play World of Warcraft, they're not necessarily people who play other games. They usually play World of Warcraft. They do things in their life and then they play World of Warcraft. And with Final Fantasy, you get a lot of people like that as well. And you get people that love and are passionate about their community. And you get a lot of communities like that. Like Warhammer is a great example as well. And you get a lot of passionate people with their MMOs, which that's what they do.
Exactly. And I agree with that, Draco Lair. That's very true. They had big plans. They knew what they wanted for the game, and obviously they realized they couldn't build it at launch. They knew it was going to take a bit longer to build that, flesh that out. But they knew if they launched the base product and fixed it going out, that at least it was going to maybe be something. So yeah, I get that. Let's see. For Alex's pick, we have The Elder Scrolls Online, Blackwood. Obvious. Alex has been enjoying Elder Scrolls since we did our little event for Elder Scrolls Blackwood earlier this year. Both him and his wife, and it's definitely something I tried playing, but it's just not my cup of tea. I never got into the Elder Scrolls series as much as other people, and I don't see myself really enjoying the Elder Scrolls Online nearly as much as everyone else.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Elder Scrolls, but it's just MMOs have just kind of fell flat to me in general, and I've been liking more of the games that have like more of the light take to them than ones that are just solely MMOs.
Yeah, I understand. That's understandable. Let's see. Lolly and Draulxx picked Final Fantasy, and Samus actually picked the Avengers Wakanda expansion. Now, this is a little bit of an off one, because while I still think Avengers isn't a great game, I will admit the Wakanda expansion did try and fix a lot of the problems the original game had. And it is something that people should look at again. I think people, because the base game came out in such a rough state, it kind of just lost all its audience almost instantaneously, which is not really what they were trying to aim for.
Too little, too late is how I feel.
No, it is too little, too late, unfortunately. The community vote went to Elder Scrolls Online. And of course, the winner, because it had a fair amount of votes in this instance, was Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. But I kind of expected that in the long term because Final Fantasy, everyone was waiting for this. It got to the point that they had to shut down the ability to make to buy the game in general, and to let new players try it for free up to level 60, because there were so many people who had paid for Endwalker who couldn't get into the server.
Yeah, and that's mostly to deal with not only it being a good expansion, but you had the exodus from WoW. And the thing is, like I was talking about with these communities, a lot of people don't realize I'm not when they do a game, they do a game. And Warhammer's the same way, where, and especially with 40K, is you'll have like a Discord group of like 40 people, or like a WoW Discord of like a guild of 40 people, and it's never just the guild master that jumps ship. Whenever like, oh hey, we're gonna try out this game, guys, a new Warhammer game, hooray, it's coming out. We're going, and they all get it. And with people exiting WoW, this sort of happened too. And you have people where it's like, oh, these are the people I played with for 3 years, and now they're doing another, or this many years, and now they're doing another MMO. Sure, I'll give it a shot with them.
Yeah. MMOs are basically communities. And the thing about MMOs is literally if enough people make exit, not so much make exodus to another game, but try another game, other people are going to be willing to try that game as well. And with WoW, it kind of just fell into bad timing with it just the expansion just lacking content, on top of the issues that were going on with Activision Blizzard at the time. With everything going on with their end, and it was just a giant situation of one thing led to another, and a lot of people just kind of jumped ship because they didn't want to support that type of development team.
Very rarely does someone go to a multiplayer game by themselves. And with MMOs, very rarely they don't go to an MMO as a group.
Yeah, indeed, I agree with that. Expanding onto this, though, was our next category of all things. The best ongoing game. These are games that have been going around for like a good five years plus. They have a good community to them. People like playing them. And they're just doing well all around this year. Those games were Warframe, Elite Dangerous, Blade and Soul, No Man's Sky, Destiny 2, COD Warzone, Smite, Final Fantasy XIV, Path of Exile, and LOL/Teamfight Tactics. For me, I don't really have to explain this. I kind of explained it last time. It's Final Fantasy. I played Final Fantasy XIV since ARR. I actually still have my physical PlayStation 3 installer disc. That's that's how long I've been around this franchise with the online stuff. And I still really love the game. I think the game has just done really well. It hasn't had a lot of flukes in reality, and I just really enjoy that concept overall. So a lot of what I said before with Endwalker transfers over to this. Foxy, what are your thoughts here?
So, with this one, I had to choose Final Fantasy. I don't enjoy the game myself. I enjoy I always love like the Final Fantasy vibe of things, especially with Final Fantasy Tactics and the world and everything involving it, the characters, creatures, and everything. I love everything involving Final Fantasy. I just could never get into this one, but I can't knock the fact of what they're doing, and it's great to see what they're doing. And with what Final Fantasy has been doing with their MMO here, I hope that it makes other companies take note.
Yeah, I do hope other companies take note of what they're doing and try and use similar methods, because they're expanding on their game naturally without imposing additionals that feel like it's out of place. which is something I really like.
MMOs are not cheap, and with a lot of companies, it gets led by people who are not designing it a lot of the times.
Basically, the money talks.
Yes.
Alright, Alex picked Warframe. I understand why, though. Alex has been playing Warframe for years, as have you and a lot of others. I still like Warframe. It's one of those games I have to really be in the mood to play.
With me, it's like it's I don't like considering it a good ongoing one, just because it's like I've just had huge bad luck with the community,
Hmm.
and you mix that with a lot of the updates, how they aim the updates and their method, I don't necessarily agree with. Which with their updates, what happens is whenever they bring out some new DLC, they make sure people who are just now starting the game, freshly new, never done anything before, are able to do the update. And by doing so, it kind of leaves things lacking when you got really high up and pretty much done everything else. So mix that with my bad luck with the community not really being the best or supportive or like even the happiest, and it just kind of falls flat with me. Even I can't even say it's good as an ongoing thing.
Fair enough. I understand. Makes total sense. Um, Lolly and Draulxx both picked Final Fantasy XIV. Samus picked Destiny 2, which is a bit of an interesting one for me, at least. I've played a little bit of Destiny 2, and it's not bad. It's just not great, though. Like, they really didn't... Like, I don't feel like the expansions of Destiny 2 have been anything special in the long term, but I do understand why people like Destiny 2. The community vote also went to Final Fantasy XIV, which means the winner by a landslide on this one also falls to Final Fantasy XIV. I do agree with Draulxx, though, in the chat here. The new war was pretty incredible. I've seen some stuff for it. But the roles were released were released when the new war was coming out, so it really didn't have as big of an impact on this year's weight poll. If it had been, though, I probably would imagine that game might have actually had a chance at winning fairly heavily. Let's see. Alrighty. The next game set on our list is the best multiplayer / co-op title. What games do you play with your friends for fun in multiplayer? And your options of the pick were Knockout City, Chivalry 2, Aliens Fireteam Elite, Back for Blood, World War Z Aftermath, Blood Hunt, Call of Duty Vanguard, Pokemon Unite, Tribes of Midgard, and Naraka Blade Point. For me on this one, I actually went back with Pokemon Unite. Now, I have not played Pokemon Unite very much since its release. I played about maybe 10 matches before I got kind of bored of it. But out of all the games that were on that list, I feel like Pokemon Unite was fun. It was a very fun experience. I enjoyed like picking your favorite Pokemon that was released into the game, taking it into like a battlefield, giving it like a League of Legends almost like experience with abilities and skills and the ability to power level them, and then having an item system that you develop you develop a strategy for how you play your character. Everyone may have their own strategy for playing a Pokemon, and it may be different by just like one item. And so it's just interesting to see the builds and the creations that people have built up with this game. So that's where I kind of landed when it came to the best multiplayer game for this year for me personally. And of course, Mr. Foxy had a vote as well here. What were you thinking, sir?
Well, I don't have too much to say on this category, just because most everything tends to have a multiplayer aspect to it or a co-op aspect to it. But at the same time, these games are mostly solely focused on that multiplayer or co-op aspect, and I haven't really played any of these, so it's mostly going about how they went about it or doing it correctly with people. Um, and even though I'm not a huge fan of it, Back for Blood did a good job on what you're supposed to do in those sort of games. And it's kind of a callback to like the Left for Dead stuff, but at the same time that formula works. They did it right, and and one of the hardest things you can do in a multiplayer game, at least to me, is let's say you have a group of friends and all of you feel like you have to pull your own weight. You have to all care about all the mechanics. You can't just focus on one thing, and I think that's what fell me off on MMOs. But with that one, everyone has to do their part, so to say, and that's one of the reasons I even love Monster Hunter. Funny enough, is everyone can do everything, and you don't have to worry about what you're doing. You just have to do the mission and objective. And Back for Blood does a great job at making sure everyone's equal in that aspect.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to look at it too. In that sense, it takes back the feelings of playing Left 4 Dead for the first time and puts the player back in that spot with new mechanics, but they still feel old enough that you're familiar with what you're playing, which I do appreciate.
And no one in the group feels useless or feels like they're just trapped to a single task or role.
Yeah, exactly. Let us see. Alex put Back for Blood as well. Lolly and Draulxx as well as Light Samus all went for Pokemon Unite. Back for Blood was actually the community vote for this, which is interesting. And the winner of the actual vote is Pokemon Unite for the best multiplayer game for this year, and it does deserve it. I'm surprised it's done so well, considering a lot of people were concerned it's going to become a pay-to-win game, like League of Legends sort of became. But
Videos early on didn't help.
yeah, it really didn't help early on. But otherwise, it did pretty fine. Like, honestly, it stuck around well enough that even though people still consider it pay-to-win now, people still like playing it, and they still play it even with the pay-to-win aspects in the game. You don't have to use them. It just benefits you if you choose to. All right. Our next set here is going to be the best early access title. What title is currently in early access that catches your fancy this year that has done really well so far? And these early access titles are Myth of Empires, Source of Madness, Getsu Fumadin Undying Moon, Devilated, Power Wash Simulator, Valheim, Space Punks, Arcadegeddon, Rogue Spirit, and 30XX. Also, yeah, Draulxx does have a point. It does help that it also has crossplay for mobile and Switch. I do appreciate that. It does have that as well. That does give it a little boost in its economical marketing with people. What were you thinking on this one, Foxy? How are you feeling on this vote?
Oh, I like Power Wash Simulator, but I mean, literally, it is what it is. You play with water and you make things clean. And literally, the first mission is going to be the same as theirs. You get more intricate objects and more neat objects and buildings and like crazy things to wash, which it even has things like the Mars rover you can wash on Mars. But at the same time, it doesn't do as much as the one I did choose, which was 30XX, which I love what the devs have been doing with this game, and I love 20XX. And with how they're going about it and with the amount of stuff you can do and what they've added, uh, it's definitely worth it, because even when it's in early access right now, you can still have a complete experience without feeling like it doesn't have substance.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat as you. My vote also went to 30XX, but I do agree. Power Wash Simulator is a very relaxing game, and it's definitely one that even I, though I don't own it, like to watch because it just looks like it's fun. You literally get to wash more and more intricate objects the higher level you go with different nozzles, and it feels like a more expressive version of house simulators where you clean houses and refix walls and paint and stuff, that it just feels like it's a fun thing. But 30XX to me stands out more because the devs are always actively working on changing things, balancing something out. It's something that the devs and they're taking bug reports very well. A lot of the biggest fixes the game has had are community driven fixes. And it is something that the devs are actively encroaching upon.
Tactical node incoming!
Thank you.
That's why I had to choose 30XX, because it's everything you want things done right in an early access, they are doing.
Thank you.
And it feels like it has a lot of substance.
Thank you, Draulxx, for the subscription back to the channel with your Twitch Prime. But yeah, no, 30XX does exactly that. And not that Power Wash Simulator doesn't, it just feels like once you've done everything in Power Wash Simulator, that's it. There's nothing left to do.
Well, sorta. Like, I'm loving when they're adding new stuff. Like, I'm watching when they come out, and they recently even did a co-op update for, like, the career stuff, and that's been a joy to play with Alex. Like, me and him's just been playing that, and, like, it's been great to just, we're sit down, we're talking, we're watching stuff while we're playing this together, and it's just been oddly enjoyable, and it doesn't feel like a drag with double the effort on the projects, because there's some that are really huge in that game that take a bit, which is not a bad thing, but at the same time, it's just the I don't know how to say it. It just feels like there's just you're doing just a repetitive action, of course, and it's a great relaxing source and whatnot. But in terms of basically saying something's great just for an early access, I think 30XX is way better in that regard.
Yeah, and that's respectable. Let's see. Alex chose 30XX because Alex is like you and me. We all love that. We all love 20XX, so that makes total sense. Lolly, Draulxx, and Samus picked Power Wash Simulator. The community vote also went back to Power Wash Simulator, which means the tie was split at the community, breaking it, and that means the winner is indeed Power Wash Simulator. Not a bad pick either way across the board, because let's be honest, everyone wins in this type of setup in reality. Well, until you hit like one particular area, and then maybe you don't want to win that award. But we'll get there later. Alrighty. The next category we're delving into is the best remake / remaster / re-release. The games on our list for this one were Mass Effect Legendary Edition, Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne HD Remake. Oh, or remaster. Your remaster. Thank you. Diablo 2 Resurrected. The Alan Wake remaster, Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, Castlevania Advance Collection, Pac-Man 99, The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, Nier Replicant, and Ghost and Goblins Resurrection. Alright, my pick for this, believe it or not, goes straight back to Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne. I have a regret many years ago that when I actually had the ability to pick up a copy of Nocturne on PS2, I did not. And that game is now so goddamn expensive on PlayStation 2. Good luck trying to find one under $100 unless you're like me. This remaster, in my opinion, though, was great. It took the game that was really one of the keystones of the Shin Megami Tensei franchise, and it brought it to a new point where it made the game feel refreshed, but it uses the same combat, the same skills, the same mechanics, and it feels good to play it. It's nice to see that was willing to drag this one out first, because it's one of those classic games that fans harbor over for remasters on, and it sets the standard for what you could really see for future remasters with with some of the other games that just stand out from the series. All right, Mr. Foxy, what are you thinking?
Definitely Mass Effect Legendary Edition for me on this one. And this kind of harkers back to what most people always want in the sci-fi genre, at least when it comes to space and exploration and combat, where you want to, like with a lot of fantasy games, you have it where you're your own character and you get to do, you choose your class, you choose a way to do things, and you go about it solving it your own way. Mass Effect was pretty much one of the largest ones that let you do this, where you're a man, you have your ship, and you have to save the universe or world in your own way. And with a lot of the more famous sci-fi games and all that, that's what most people love. You have your character and you got your ship, and now you have to go out and solve a problem. And with Mass Effect, with the way they did it, it just did it really well. And it's just a series that I do enjoy, love replaying, and even doing it in different ways, and just the intricacy of how they did the story and how things carry over and react just make things way better with it. And there's a lot of other games, when I play them, it kind of feels like I'm trying to capture somewhat of what Mass Effect did, or what all the other games or sort of elements, if it comes to like Star Fox, or from even the old shooter games where you're in a fighter fighting hordes of things, or if you're in Starbound exploring the universe with your ship as you upgrade it and get your crew, or if even in No Man's Sky, where you kind of have like a Lost in Space style scenario, and you're just wandering alone, or with the small crew, the small friends you got. It all feels like with Mass Effect they had an equal balance of what a lot of people wanted in a sci-fi game.
Yeah, and actually, you recently actually picked this one up from the holiday sale, I believe, as well. So you've actually had some time to finally play with it and kind of feel what's different, since you said you've actually played the original Mass Effect trilogy well before this.
The original three games came out at a very awkward time, where not only operating systems and framing and was being done, but there were huge innovations at the time in gameplay and how things should work. So you had the first game vastly different from the second game and third game, and thanks to the Legendary Edition, it kind of puts them all in a similar framework, uh, to really make everyone be able to experience how it should be played, and the modding community can really go ham on it. And it's still silly because when beforehand you had to download these separately from EA's website, and there was no real formal way to add them to the game except manually. So it was really awkward with a lot of games around this time too. But even they didn't really age well, sort of say, when it comes to trying to replay them today. It was kind of awkward to go about doing that. So this kind of put it in all one nice, neat package as if it's one game.
That's pretty cool. That is actually pretty cool in that end. Alright, Mr. Alex selected the Castlevania Advance Collection because if you don't know Alex, Alex is one of the biggest Castlevania nutcases I can know. And that's not a joke. Lolly and Draulxx picked Diablo 2 Resurrected. Now I know this one took a little bit of a hit because of the whole Blizzard situation going on at the time, but I know it was a lot better than people thought it was going to be, and it felt like a good remaster finally, where they kind of hit the wall a little bit when it came to the Warcraft 3 remaster, and I think that one kind of took the bullet for a lot of that. And then Samus picked Pokemon Diamond and Pearl remakes. The community vote actually picked the Pokemon remakes, which I'll phrase this, doesn't surprise me, just because Pokemon is so popular right now in the community, in all communities really, where it's one of those things people love playing, and a lot of people didn't play Generation 4. So the fact that they remade Gen 4 after all these years playable on a Switch port is really nice. I have problems with it, but I also just don't like the art style. And maybe that's just me being an old fart in an era when I grew up with Pokemon from like the Generation 1 art and everything. But yeah. And then the winner, of course, by pick is Diablo 2 Resurrected. Which, again, congratulations to that one. It really does deserve it based on what I've seen, so I'm pretty happy with that. The next one up is going to be the best visual design element category for this year. And the games that were in the best visual design category for this year were as followed: Returnal, Psychonauts 2, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, Guilty Gear Strive, Forza Horizon 5, Kenna Bridge of Spirits, Resident Evil Village, Guardians of the Galaxy, Shin Megami Tensei 5, and Ruined King, a League of Legends story. Let's see here. Foxy, what are you thinking? What was your vote?
On best visual design, I had to, even though Forza Horizon 5 is really pretty, at the same time its graphics are just stunning. It's amazing. But in terms of design, it's realistic. It's nothing that stood out. It just made me go, holy cow, this is like better than watching it the real thing. But with the actual visual design, I had to choose Kenya Bridge Spirits, and I just felt like the design they did on that was just spot on, and it really just it I couldn't picture the game and how they did the sounds and everything fitting to the visuals as well as they did. If they did anything different on the visuals, I don't think it would have worked. And I feel like that's because everything went to the visual design.
Right, that's very true in that one. I also picked Kenna Bridge of Spirits on this one. I thought visually Kenna just stood out. It felt like they took the visuals and built the story around the visual styling with how it was how it was set up. And it's a really...
Yeah, everything complemented it.
Yeah, everything complemented it, and it was great. And it's something that, if anything, it proves is that, a game like Kenna can do well, because visually it was easily one of the best visually looking games of the year.
Art.
Alex picked Resident Evil Village. Lolly picked Life is Strange True Colors, which is actually very true for Lolly. If you've ever seen any of his previous votes when a Life is Strange game comes out, it usually goes straight to Life is Strange, because he loves that series to death. And it's one of those things that, as someone who's known him for as long as I have, I did not expect him I expected him to go for that vote very easily. Draulxx voted for Kenna, and then we did get one vote for Forza Horizon 5 here, and that was with Samus.
I don't blame it on that one. Just when it comes to like visual design, I just think of it different than graphics, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I get that.
But
sorry, go ahead.
If we were just talking about graphics alone, Hell, I think Forza could easily win this year and next year, and maybe the year after that, if it was just graphics alone.
Yeah, exactly. The community vote actually went to Psychonauts 2 on this one, which I will agree.
I don't blame
I
him.
don't blame them. Psychonauts 2 was an amazing looking game, and I was actually very close to picking that to voting on that one, but
I would argue Kenya being different gave it an edge to me, I guess,
yeah,
with how good as it was.
yeah, it was an edge thing. Kenna looked stunning, and so did Psychonauts, but the edge just went straight to Kenna because Psychonauts 2 followed the same close visual style to its original counterpart, the original Psychonauts.
And I think that kind of, I guess, harmed its vote for me on that, because when I looked at Psychonauts 2, I was like, yes, Psychonauts, which is not a bad thing. But at the same time, nothing made me go, oh my god, look at the visual design. Like Kenya did.
Yeah, exactly. However, this one actually, as a winner, does go to Kenna, Bridge of Spirits. So, and well earned on that too. So, I am definitely happy to see that Kenna was able to pull a victory out of this pool when it's been a couple of categories already and kind of been outshadowed by a lot of other titles. All right, our next title is the best soundtrack. What soundtrack stood out to you the most in this year as a game player? For this one, it goes to the category options were Deltarune Chapter 2, Skatebird, Persona 5 Strikers, The Last Friend, They Always Run, Guardians of the Galaxy, Shin Megami Tensei 5, Scarlet Nexus, Life is Strange, True Colors, and Forza Horizon 5, which has made it into multiple categories already, so not surprising there. For me on this one, I actually had to give to Scarlet Nexus. As much as I feel Scarlet Nexus had its problems, the story was good. The combat was pretty fun. The actual story cutscenes were but the soundtrack was stunning. It was one of the best anime style soundtracks that's come out of a game like that in a while. And as someone who actually likes listening to music, like when I'm working on papers or I'm doing postings for the website and stuff like that, it's something I can go back to and be like, oh yeah, I remember this. This is something I really enjoy listening to, even when I'm not playing the title, even when I'm not playing the game at the time. Alrighty, what are you thinking, Foxy? What's your vote here?
I did Deltarune Chapter 2. And I would argue that it's only on the list because I put it in the list. But with soundtrack-wise, everything was 100% original on it. All of them were very memorable music to it. On top of that, there's similar motifs in the music, hints and clues on how things are connected with the general story and whatnot, so it was all done with a purpose. And everything felt it should be there. And I felt like if the music wasn't there, it wouldn't have done good at all. Same with Kenya's visuals. I felt like with Deltarune, the music does an amazing job and invokes the right feelings.
And that's pretty fair. I will grant that. I will say I've seen some stuff from Deltarune Chapter 1 and 2. I've never once played a single game involving Deltarune or its predecessor, Undertale. But I will at least admit I had the little bit of stuff I have seen of it. It has been good. So
the crazy part is this is just still part of the demo. That's free.
That's crazy.
It is on Steam and Switch. You can get Deltarune free at the moment for what's currently out.
All right. Well then, Alex picked Persona 5 Strikers, which it's Alex. I kind of expected that.
Oh, music's still
Oh,
good.
it is. The music in Persona 5 Strikers is amazing. Lolly picked Final Fantasy Online 14 Online Endwalker. Draulxx picked Guardian of the Galaxies, and that one I saw coming, but I know why. Because the soundtrack was amazing on Guardians of the Galaxies.
It is. The only reason that I kind of didn't go too much into Forza or Guardians of the Galaxy is just because with Delta Runes it was and a couple of the other choices that's on here, it's all original compared to some that's just curated correctly.
Oh yeah, understandable. Uh, hold on. Samus picked Forza Horizon 5, which Samus really liked Forza. That's all I'm going to say.
I mean, it's really good.
Oh no, I believe it is. I believe it is. However, the community vote for this was actually Persona 5 Strikers, which
Good.
means by a slight margin vote by the community, Persona 5 Strikers won this bracket.
And that's perfectly good. We can now say our community has good ears for music at least.
Exactly. All right. Let's see here. Where are we at now? We are on the best overall audio. The games for that list are Far Cry 6, Returnal, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, Forza Horizon 5, Guardians of the Galaxy, Shin Megami Tensei 5, Scarlet Nexus, Life is Strange True Colors, Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, and Rune King Legend of a League of Legends story. What are you thinking here, Fox? What was your call on this?
Okay, so for overall audio, I had to do Far Cry 6. Biggest reason for this is the variety of sounds is insane in this game. You could have a certain gunfire or something go off, someone yell something. You are a certain, and it's just even with the music companies really well nice, or the sounds that you hear, footsteps on certain surfaces. Every single thing in the game seems to have its own unique sound in some form or fashion to the point where I wouldn't say you could do it blind, but you could blink and not lose out on what's going on or figure out what the heck's going on around you because everything is so diverse and different. And the audio does not feel like anything that happens audio wise is feels like it's never repeated.
Okay. Again, I haven't seen much. I've only seen a little bit of Far Cry 6. I know enough about it that I can understand why your votes are there. So that makes sense.
They did a hell of a job on the audio.
For me, I actually went Rune King on this one. I was initially going to put Scarlet Nexus here, or Guardians of the Galaxy. Those are the two real alternatives. But then I go back to Rune King, and every area you go to has its own soundtrack, its own breath of life behind it, and even in battle, you have the effects change based on the location you're at, which characters you have. It complements itself so well, and it was something that I didn't expect with that type of with something like with a League of Legends inspired game. And again, Guardians of the Galaxy was right there. I could have picked Guardians of the Galaxy. I think Guardians of the Galaxy's audio wise is amazing. But for me, again, it just struck me as better. Rune King struck me as just like the better alternative to it, as someone who loves League lore and loves the world of League, but maybe doesn't like playing, regular League of Legends all the time. Let's see. Alex picked Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. Lolly picked Life is Strange True Colors. Draulxx picked Far Cry 6 in this one instead of Guardians, which caught me a little off guard, but I can understand why.
Well, when it comes to audio, it's like to us, it's mostly involving the sound effects, the ambience, everything that's not really music. the sound, like what all they've done with it. And with Far Cry 6, they really went above and beyond, where you don't feel like things are stock. You feel like if you hear a slight noise, it's not just random, it's for an exact purpose. The guns all have their different sounds. The enemies have all their different voice clips for certain things, and everything goes around to help you in that form and fashion.
Okay. And then, of course, we have Samus, who picked Forza. Again, understandable. Forza was good. It had a lot of good things going for it.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Like
Go ahead.
if you have that car you really love that you've seen on YouTube or hit car shows on Amazon, and you're like, "Oh, I love that sound of that car," and then you use it in Horizon 5, it sounds exactly how you want it to sound.
Nice. All right. However, Far Cry 6 is the community's pick. And then that also makes it the actual winner of that category for overall audio, which is nice because Far Cry hasn't really had too many chances to pull for a win in this one. So it's nice to see Far Cry pulling a win on this particular section. Alright, we are on to the best overall story. How was the story of that game for you? Our options were Unmetal, Returnal, Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, Scarlet Nexus, Lost Judgment, Bravely Default 2, Guardians of the Galaxy, Ruined King, a League of Legends story, Shin Megami Tensei 5, and Trails of Cold Steel 4. Alright, let me start on this one. Cold Steel 4 is my pick. And I will say this as someone who has played all four Cold Steel, all four of the Cold Steel games as a review. This is not so much a bias as it is so much the story really does wrap up in a very solid way with Cold Steel 4. They confirm that, yeah, this is the last game we're doing for the Cold Steel series. We're moving on to the next part of the franchise. But you're going to see these characters come back. So they do their best to have a creative and interesting story and bundle it into sort of this like package that ties up as many, if not all, loose ends to the bits from the other three storylines up till now. It does so in just a way that it feels memorable. And I love that concept as an overall whole. It just stands out for me personally when it comes to like that level of story writing. Alrighty, Mr. Fox, what are you thinking here?
For the story, Guardians of the Galaxy. As someone who really started getting into the Guardians of the Galaxy more with the movies, this game, from what I've gotten, because it's like I started really liking the story on it to the point where it's like I'm going to stop watching it because I want to play it myself. It literally feels like it's the next movie you want.
Okay. That's pretty fair. Let's see here. Alex picked Unmetal. Not surprising. Alex actually really loved Unmetal once he got through with it, because it does play like a Metal Gear game, and it is like a Metal Gear story, just not made by the developers of Metal Gear. And that is nice, so I understand him on that one. Lolly once again, Life is Strange, True Colors, Draulxx, Guardians of the Galaxy. Now I think Draulxx is in here, but I'm not sure. If he is, he's. I would love to hear his his side on this one. And then for Samus, we have Guardians of the Galaxy, which would put the overall best overall story with the with the community vote going to Guardians of the Galaxy, to Guardians of the Galaxy by a clean sweep of 4 votes. So congratulations, Guardians of the Galaxy, for winning that one. Oh, come on, Draulxx. Or would you have a story rant more than anything else? Oh man. All right. Let's start with the Game of the Year stuff. Starting with the Indie Game of the Year. The Indie Game of the Year will be choices were Cozy Grove, Kenna, Bridge of Spirits, Gunfire Reborn, Legend of Tianding, The Last Friend, Unmetal, Undungeon, Death's Door, Loop Hero, and They Always Run. Mr. Fox, what are you thinking?
Well, we kind of touched upon all the major reasons why Kenya Bridge of Spirits deserves it, and yeah, Kenya Bridge of Spirits.
Sounds good, Draulxx. Category 30 is all you, man. We'll let you start that one off. Yeah, I actually fully agree with you. We talked a lot about Kenna so far in today's sort of game show, award show, and I really agree. Kenna does deserve its standing as a solid indie title, one of the best this year that we've seen. So, personally, my vote goes to Kenna as well. We have Alex sticking with Unmetal, which is not surprising. Lolly went with The Legend of Tianding. Draulxx went to Kenna Bridge of Spirits, and Samus went with They Always Run. That puts us with the community vote at Kenna Bridge of Spirits with a 4 vote into the winner being Kenna for this particular category. Congratulations to Kenna on winning this one. Alright, next one is the PlayStation Game of the Year. What PlayStation game this year has been the most eye-catching to you as a player from a story perspective, a gameplay perspective, whatever you may think? We have Destruction All-Stars, Returnal, Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, Fist Forged in Shadow Torch, Kenna Bridge of Spirits, Death Stranding Director's Cut Edition, Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut Edition, Neptunia X Senran Kagura Ninja Wars, and Virtua Fighter 5 Ultimate Showdown. That's a tongue twister. Okay, for me, straight up, I'm gonna show a little kind of bias here. Neptune X Senran Kagura. Out of all the games that came out this year for PlayStation, for me personally, I absolutely loved Nep X Senran. Where I thought Virtual Stars kind of fell flat, and I was worried this one was going to have the same problems. I was wrong. This game is amazingly fun, and I really enjoyed the time I got into really delve into this, because it has a very fun story element, and actually takes the Senran Kagura girls and mixes them in really well into the core storyline on this. The gameplay is just solid. The music's great. The voice acting stands out for its own. The new characters are a great addition. The visual costumes were just outstanding. The ninja wear was probably one of the best theming they could have done for the franchise. Right at the gate, I got to give that one my vote, just because it did everything what I was looking for in the game this year. What are you thinking here, Mr. Fox?
Mine's really short and sweet. Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart for best PlayStation game. It felt more like PlayStation.
That's fair enough. I understand that one. With Alex, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. Lolly, Life is Strange, True Colors. With Draulxx, it was Returnal. And with with Samus, it was Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. The community vote was Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, which means the winner of this category was Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. Congratulations to Ratchet and Clank. I was really excited to see that one was coming out this year. So awesome that they're able to do so well with that. Alright, let's roll into the Xbox Game of the Year. What game did Microsoft release that caught your eye this year?
Before you start, I find it very awkward there was only 2 games.
I know, right? I know! It's kind of hilarious. The Xbox is just like, Alright, for Xbox, we have Forza Horizon 5, Halo Infinite, Psychonauts 2, The Ascent, Sable, 12 Minutes, The Artful Escape, The Big Con, Echo Generation, and Undungeon. What are we thinking here, Mr. Fox? Where are you heading to this?
Definitely for Horizon 5. Without a doubt.
Yeah, and you talked a lot about Horizon so far already, and you've kind of addressed why you think the game is really good.
Yep.
For me, it's Psychonauts. Psychonauts 2 this year hit it out of the park. I loved it. I've already talked about it a little bit before, so I'm not going to delve too much. Again, a really good time. Play it on the Xbox Game Pass if you haven't yet and you have it. It is a really fun pickup, and you don't have to play the first game to really understand it, which is really nice. Alex picked Psychonauts 2. Draulxx had Forza Horizon 5. Lolly had Forza Horizon 5. We had Forza Horizon 5 for Samus. Forza Horizon 5 also was our community vote, which means by a landslide, Forza Horizon 5 takes the Xbox Game of the Year instantaneously on that battle.
Everyone voted for that or Psychonauts.
That's really all it was. That's really essentially all it was. The other games were like, eh. They exist, but they're not that great. Kappa.
You know what didn't get a single vote there? And it kind of warms my heart.
What?
Is that no one picked that horrible, horrible game. Well, it's not actually horrible. I just hate it. Yes, I said it out loud. I hate it. Halo. I hate Halo.
Yeah. I've never played a Halo game, so I don't know. I can't state much on that.
The original was called Halo Combat Evolved, but in the many years that the franchise has been around, the combat has not evolved at all.
No.
Nope.
And apparently the graphics have not evolved.
Not very much.
Nope, not really.
No, they haven't.
They've gotten shinier though. They've gotten
shiny. That's what you can tell point for it.
But so did Pokemon. So I mean, what can you do?
Good point.
Right.
Good point. All right.
At least Pokemon makes you work for the shiny.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Let's go to Nintendo's Game of the Year. How did Nintendo do this year? What game struck you out the most as a Nintendo fan? What game was happy for you? Your options were Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury, Bravely Default 2, Monster Hunter Rise, New Pokemon Snap, Miitopia, Mario Golf, Super Rush, Super Mario Party, No More Heroes 3, Shin Megami Tensei 5, and Pokemon Brilliant Diamond / Shining Pearl. For me, it's No More Heroes 3. I've already talked about No More Heroes 3 earlier, so I'm not going to go back into that, but you know why I love this game so much. I easily recommend this one as a Switch owner. I've been playing it. I've only played a tiny bit of it from a friend's copy, and I've loved every minute of it. It's just been so much fun. What do you think of Mr. Fox? Where are you at?
Monster Hunter Rise.
I was going to say...
And the bad part is, it's like, yeah, I mean, I'm biased to it too at the same time, but I felt like this year there wasn't too many things to jump and scream about when it comes to Nintendo this year.
I can see that.
Because it was, besides the stuff that's come from indies that's also available on Steam and elsewhere, this was Monster Hunter Rise was one of the only things uniquely Nintendo, at least for another half month.
Yeah, really.
That that really stood out and made me want to go, hey, I have a wallet. There's this green stuff in here still.
It's like, you take this green stuff, I take what you provide, and I play for hours.
It's called mold.
Oh, wow.
No, that's what you get when you sit for hours.
Oh gosh. Man. Alright. Alex picked Monster Hunter Rise as well. Lolly picked Super Mario Party. Draulxx has Shin Megami Tensei 5. And Samus picked Miitopia. An interesting pick, considering I heard a lot of people have kind of a mixed feelings about Miitopia.
Oh, I mean, to be honest, it's a remake.
Yeah, good point. However, our community has some good taste. Their vote was for Monster Hunter Rise, which puts Monster Hunter Rise with 3 votes as the winner of that category.
The neat part is the next category you have to talk about, we can technically skip and go really quick.
Yes, we're going to do that actually. So
with Monster Hunter Rise, I got a key from the developers to stream the game. Because of my disability, the game is not very disable friendly.
Okay.
It didn't really have any disability options almost at all, so I really wasn't able to play the game.
See, that's what irritated me too. Because it's like I was trying to play with glitch on the Switch and stuff, and all. And the bad part is there wasn't much accessibility to it. And the problem is everyone kept saying it's the most accessible game, but they didn't mean it in the same way as we want it to be. In terms of, it's easy for new players to get into a game is what they meant. When at the same time, the problems we had were more like, my friend doesn't have good eyesight. And those types of things.
Yeah, so I mean, I wasn't able to play it. But with it coming out on PC next month, in 2 weeks from today, actually,
yes.
I think, I will be able to play it because I'll be able to play with mouse and keyboard. And thanks to Able Gamers, I'm able to play games with a mouse and keyboard way easier than with a controller. So,
and that is something that we can do as a community as well, because a bunch of us are going to be buying that game and playing it at launch.
Yep.
All right, let's go ahead and take the easy one out of the way here. I'm just going to announce who the people were on, who the options were, and then I'm just going to bring it all out at one shot.
That's all I got to do.
All right, so the options for gaming service or platform of the year: Steam, Epic, Xbox, PlayStation, GOG, Nintendo, UB Connect / U+, Apple Arcade, Origin, and Humble Choice. Let's just get it out of the way, folks. It was Steam. Like, complete...
Everyone
voted Steam.
Everybody voted Steam.
Steam literally steamed ahead of the competition this year. No joke on that, which is hilarious. There's one more that has that same vote, but we're gonna let Draulxx talk about that when we get to it, because that's kind of his domain.
Yeah, he didn't want to talk this entire time, and now he wants to. We're gonna
exactly. All right, let's get into the next one because this is a big one. Gaming Company of the Year. What gaming company did good this year with their development, their games, their support for the communities? The choices for the community were...
Hold on, one second.
Okay.
So for this category, there is one nominee that I messed up and I put the wrong name. It still applies because Atlas is part of Sega.
Mm-hmm.
But it was originally supposed to say Sega, and I put Atlas.
So it's basically Sega.
But it still works. Yeah. So go ahead. Okay.
Okay. I'll just note it as Sega. You're fine. Versus Evil, Riot Forge, Ubisoft, Capcom, Insomniac, Ember Lab, Alawar Premium, Sega, Bandai Namco Entertainment, and 505 Games. For me, it was Riot Forge. No doubt, Riot Forge this year was fire. Between both the Heimerdinger game and Rune King, they did amazing stuff this year. And with the with 2 more games in the barrel plus Project L in high production right now, they're in the big ballpark to really show off what they can do in the next couple of years. And I'm super excited this year. They just kicked out of the park. It was well done in the long term. What are you thinking there, Mr. Foxy?
Well, this is silly because Draulxx said he messed up and it was meant to hit Sega, and the reason why I chose Atlas because that's the closest to Sega.
That's kind of hilarious. But Sega did do good this year. Sega's been really kicking out of the
Yeah.
ballpark.
Yeah, I was like, well, Atlas is part of Sega, and they've been doing good things too, so I chose Atlas.
Yeah.
I see. They had Lost Judgment, a re-release for the PS5 of Judgment. They have Persona 5 Strikers and Shin Megami Tensei 5.
And Shin Megami Tensei 3.
And 3 Nocturne HD, yes. And if we really want to mention it, Sonic Colors.
Oh, dear God. Do we have to mention Sonic Colors? Do we have to mention that?
Well, you could always just say the Sonic movie if you want to name something Sonic. That came out on DVD this year. Didn't
True,
It?
true.
Was it last year?
Technically,
Technicality.
yes. And they announced a new movie and announced a bunch of new stuff coming out. So
And with the new movie,
And they got the right voice actor for Knuckles.
And with
I mean, everything.
and with the new movie, the freaking Do You Know the Way meme has finally returned. Go kill myself.
No, don't do that. I know the way.
God damn it! God,
I can show you.
Yeah, see, even Draulxx disappointed
God
at you.
damn it! That meme died in 2015. It should have stayed
It
dead.
didn't die. You did not know the way, brother.
God damn it, you two! God damn it! Okay, others.
I'm still waiting for at one point Knuckles in the movie go Sonic. You know the way.
They're going to do that, Draulxx. You know they're going to milk that for all it's worth.
Go back to your neck, Timmy. Spit on the
but-
Force Queen.
But Riot Forge, they released 2 games. They and one was already known, which was Convergence. That was going to be the Echo platform, Metroidvania platformer.
Mhm.
Then they revealed another new game, which is the new game. And of course, there's confirmation that there is a League of Legends MMORPG in development.
Yep, and then they also have Project L, which they did a huge announcement for earlier this year, and I'm way excited for that.
So they got a lot that has happened this year with them.
Oh yeah, it's the reason they got my pick easy, just because for an ad, Twitch doesn't want me to hear delay. God damn it, Draco. All right, Alice picked Sega, Draulxx picked Lolly picked Square Enix because Final Fantasy. Also, no, because of Life is Strange, because they own Life is Strange as well, I believe.
Yes.
Draulxx has Sega. Samus has Sega. The community had Sega. So basically, Sega is the winner. Sega basically won it out of the park this year. All right, this one is This one's kind of always a fun one to look at, and I like this concept. It's the video game. It's the video game character of the year. And this one can be anybody.
Oh, hold on.
You're
Hold
skipping
Oh, I
ahead.
am? Oh.
Yeah, you're yeah.
No
yeah.
PC, you're right.
I know you don't like PC, and you're a console
No,
player.
my brain skipped it because I've been working for like 9 hours today.
Right, console player.
Oh, come on.
Console player.
I'm a big console plebeian, but I do play PC too, you know. PC Game of the Year. Okay, let's do this. Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, Unmetal. No. Do another one. Thank you.
He knows the way.
God dang you. The Riftbreaker, Kenna, Bridge of Spirits, Lost in Random, The Last Friend, Guardians of the Galaxy, Age of Empires, Gunfire Reborn, and Monster Hunter Stories 2. Alright, Mr. Foxy, where are we heading with you? What are you thinking?
This one's easy, and I don't have to talk much, can you?
Good on ya. For me, Guardians of the Galaxy. Don't really have to say much here. If you've seen Guardians of the Galaxy, you know exactly why this game is good. If I didn't have that, Draulxx would basically be able to talk about it in my stead. Alex, Unmetal. Lolly, Final Fantasy, which wasn't in here, but you know what? Lolly puts whatever he wants in there. That's Lolly for you. Draulxx, Kenna.
Yeah.
Samus, Guardians of the Galaxy. And for community, it's actually Monster Hunter Stories 2, which is kind of interesting because no one else really voted for that one. But that puts the PC Game of the Year as Kenna, Bridge of Spirits. So that's the second one for Kenna this year.
Well, so for this one, because the community didn't pick it, and there was a two-way tie, it technically is a two-way tie between Kena and Guardians of the Galaxy.
That would make sense, though. Both games were really good, so that is honestly fair. All right, now where I was at before my brain decided to take a leap into the galaxy for a second there, and that is the video game character of the year. Which video game character from its respective title stood out to you the most as a player? That would be, your options were Jesse Fox from Unmetal, Rivet from Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, Dicey from Lost in Random, Lady I'm going to try and say her last name and not screw this up, Dimitrescu? Or Dimitres?
Say it like you would a sword, since you're a weeb.
Oh, Hardy Har Har. Dimitrescu, thank you. Lady
See?
Dimitrescu from Resident Evil Village, Rasputin from Psychonauts 2, Kenna from Kenna Bridge of Spirits, Kasane Randall from Scarlet Nexus, Amano Zako from Shin Megami Tensei 5, Donnie Roges from Far Cry 6, and Aiden Rojas, I apologize. Rojas. And Aiden from They Always Run. Alright, Mr. Fox, I gotta ask, what are you thinking and why?
So, in this category, the character not only has to be memorable from the game, but also had to actually fit the game too, in a way. And, you know, I can like things in like a fan type way, and I would say that the lady from Resident Evil fits with that category, where even people who didn't want to play Resident Evil really like the character. But in this instance, I chose one that I did enjoy in the game, which was Danny from Far Cry. This character was very believable. I liked how his story arced through the story and how he played, and his reaction to everything seemed very nice. It fit all in the form of nothing seemed out of place with the character, and everything felt like how it should have been in basically this action movie.
Okay. On my end, I actually went with Kasane Randall from Scarlet Nexus. Scarlet Nexus this year was a very interesting because it kind of got the worst. It kind of got the worst treatment of what I call the comic book style cutscenes that we eventually saw in Tales of Arise to tell the stories kind of better. But the character themselves, to me, stood out because of the way they were portrayed in the game and just the overall attitude of the character. The limited time I got to play, I just enjoyed that character more than any other character in that entire game. And a lot of these other characters, while I know them or I've seen of them, I just don't know them as well as I do this particular one. Alright, Alex, Jesse Fox from Unmetal. Lolly once again breaking the barrier with not one of our list. Alex Chen from Life is Strange True Colors. Draulxx going with Unmetal here, which is an interesting pick. I figured you would have gone for Far Cry on that one.
No. Thing with Unmetal is that the character has layers. He's like an ogre.
he's like an onion.
The game has multiple endings based on how you play through the game, and every ending you see a different version of the character. And then if you get the true ending, you see it's a masterpiece.
Okay.
It's like watching like a Ocean's 11 type movie.
Huh. Interesting. And Samus also went with Jesse Fox from Unmetal. The community vote was actually Jesse Fox from Unmetal, which puts Jesse Fox from Unmetal as this year's Game of the Year, this year's Character of the Year. Now, Draulxx, I'm gonna let you talk about this one because this is your baby. This is what you know. This is where you come in.
Yeah, so the next category can ruffle some feathers, and I myself am going to stick to this name, and it might bother some people. While on paper it doesn't show this name, but on film, on stream, this category is called the Shit Show of the Year. What is that? It is the biggest disappointment / overhyped thing within the game industry of the year. The categories, the nominees for the category are Balan Wonderworld, Hood Outlaws and Legends, Biomutant, Dark Alliance, Outriders, Werewolf the Apocalypse, Earthblood, Deathloop, Metroid Dread, Battlefield 2042, and I'm sure no one sees this coming, Blizzard Entertainment.
And Draulxx, by random chance, who says lost that one?
Who
Who
lost?
lost that one? Let's be honest.
Yeah, who lost
Yes,
that one?
yes.
Let's see.
I mean, technically they all did, but Blizzard Entertainment kind of was all. It was like 90% unanimous. It is Blizzard. Now, do we know why?
There's a lot of reasons.
Half of them we can't say on stream.
Exactly.
I will say this much. When you are shitty humans, it should be reflected as such, and that is why they win this award. It may not be the company as a whole, but the people in charge definitely weren't doing their jobs.
No, they were not.
It's been all over the gaming news. It's been all over the world. Yes, it is affecting many people's lives. Some, it's very unfortunate. Hopefully, it will all get worked out, as we do have friends and family members that work there. And again, not everyone did the things. But companies and people need to be held accountable, and that is exactly what is happening, or at least trying to happen. And that is why Blizzard gets the shit show of the year.
And I do need to emphasize, Draulxx's not just talking about the crappy writing they did with the new WoW expansion.
Yeah, about to say that goes into part of it.
I mean, there's
We're
a
not
lot of
talking
things, right?
just
Like,
about that.
I mean, they started the year off with the horrible bits from late last year with Warcraft Reforged.
I thought it was called, wait, what was the title again?
Don't you mean Warcraft 3 Refunded?
I thought it was
Warcraft
Warcraft 3 half... I thought it was half-baked.
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, Gordon Ramsay flew over to their headquarters, slammed on the table, and told them it was raw.
Oh my god.
And it was undercooked. And to put it back in the oven, and all this other stuff he does.
And like they WoW had mostly downs. The expansion when it came out last year or whatever, it wasn't terrible. It wasn't terrible. But the content they released, and there hasn't been much at all. Like at all.
Yeah, the thing that irritated me
Was
going
was
into
pretty
it,
bad.
I wanted to just... I was a warrior during that time, and as a warrior playing WoW, when you get angry, you want to hit the things. And the problem is, the things I wanted to hit were not even in game. And it was these developers, because they were like, oh, you get to do what you want and love and do and progress how you want and do all these other things. And then they were basically like, actually, you have to do absolutely everything. We're sorry.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I played a Death Knight and I had a wonderful time.
Yeah, you probably did.
You mean
But-
the flagship class of this
Didn't-
expansion?
But you know,
You mean the class that they've openly said, hey, we're not really caring about balancing it too much because it's not a core class?
they did some decent stuff with Hearthstone. They did some decent stuff with some of their other games.
What did they do? So
But-
did Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah,
But,
except
and Diablo 2 Resurrected
yes.
did get an award, but the company as a whole, again, like, you know, it's got work, and it's not so much as game developers. Yes, I mean they could probably stand to make some changes from the development side, but from the humanity side is again why they got the shit show.
Yeah, I mean, I explained it to people that they got caught with their pants down, and not just metaphorically.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, quite literally with their pants down in this case.
Now, I do want to talk about some other games that are on this category.
Okay.
First, Balan Wonderworld. It's released by Square Enix, with some of the creators of some of the Sonic games. It was huge. There was just so much trouble with that game throughout the year, and a lot of drama that happened with that game. So that's why it's on the list. You're saying?
I was going to say, it's so bad, it's like art now. It's like
Yeah.
a version of The Room,
Hey,
but in game
hey,
form.
you know what would have made a good adjustment to that game? Calling it Balan Wonderland.
Video Game Donkey did a fantastic video on that, and it's just, the bad thing is, anything I say would be a shadow of what he did.
Hood Outlaws and Legends. There was a lot of hype around it, and then the people finally got to play the game, and it was just very different from what people were expecting, and it was just pretty bad. Biomutant. It made the list because it was lacking in a lot of ways. It did a lot of good, like, interesting things, but then it was a game that, like, it got really hyped up right as it was about to come out, and then people hated it, and a lot of people hated it not because the gameplay was bad. The gameplay was actually really good, and I would like to see more games with the gameplay of the game, but like the way the story is told, like the game talks to you like you're a 6-year-old kid. The narrator does, and it gets very frustrating. The voices that the creatures make are overshadowed by the narrator. You can turn the narrator off, but then the game at the same time kind of loses its, like, any sort of resemblance of a story. And then it's meant to be this looter that's supposed to have this crazy cool crafting system, and the crafting system is actually really boring. You end up getting most of the best parts from unique weapons that you can take apart, and you end up using like the same 2 or 3 weapons that you get from like the factions instead of some of the stuff that you craft with, because they're like are just really good. And then there's just so much cookie cutter copy paste content in the game, and it makes the game drudge on and on and on, and just when you think, oh, it's over, no, it just keeps on and on and on. You're like, when is it over? It's not over yet. But gameplay wise, the game was pretty awesome. Foxy?
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed the game, but yeah, it's like the crafting system was disappointing because it's like the best stuff in the game is literally what you find in a box and exact locations each time. And I love the look, I love the feel. Narrator, I'm so glad they did that update where he talks less, but they still talk a lot. And even when I was replaying the game, I just changed the narrator's voice to one of the many languages, and it suddenly was slightly better.
Okay.
And just to throw this out there, one of the stim packs in the game is a tampon.
Oh dear God.
Well, I mean, it's a sponge.
It's a sponge.
Sucks up blood.
It's a sponge. So SpongeBob got in the game.
And Dark Alliance, again, was a game that looked really cool. You got some of these famous Dungeons and Dragons characters that are in novels. It's sort of a retelling of an old Baldur's Gate game. It was a looter-style Baldur's Gate game. It was Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. And it was a huge, disgusting, buggy mess. On top of that, they released it on Game Pass day one, but people that bought it on Steam couldn't play with the people who were playing the game on PC on Game Pass.
What?
Yeah. And
What?
yeah, I know, right?
Ow.
They said that they would fix it shortly after launch. It is now 6-7 months post-launch, and it still hasn't been fixed.
What was the original system it came out on?
Everything.
So, but people exactly using Game Pass were restricted from playing with the other people.
Yep.
So people that were playing the game, so say I own the game on PC, and you're playing
Game Pass on PC. What would
on
happen?
PC. We could not play together. We could not co-op, and it is a co-op
That's
game.
what I was thinking, because how you worded it, I'm like, couldn't be a mistake. Draulxx very articulate, especially when he's sober.
Oh, okay then.
Which is always because I don't drink because heart medication.
Yeah, exactly. Heart medication.
Yeah, I was giving you a compliment.
Thank you.
Yes.
Although I have to mention, a lot of medications can make you just as drunk, unfortunately.
Yes, yes.
Allergy medicine sucks for that.
Oh, yes.
I feel like I'm drunk when I stand.
But that break brain though with PC.
Yes.
Yes.
So it was just meh. Then of course there's Outriders.
Oh
Yeah, I remember you being excited for that one and wanting to.
Now I played the game and I didn't have much trouble as long as I was wanting to play the game by myself. But when I wanted to play with a friend or two people, it didn't work at all. I talked two friends. Well, I bought the game for one friend, and then I talked another friend into buying the game, and we were all going to play co-op together. Never happened. The first week, you couldn't log into the game at all. Really, you got on, and mind you, this game was supposed to be not a game as a service, but it required it requires an online connection to play.
So, just as a quick note for anyone who's confused about what Draulxx is going on about, every single thing on this disappointment list was stuff he was super excited for this entire year.
More or less.
Yes, basically.
So that's why he's really wanting to get this off his chest.
Oh yeah, I have to, otherwise I'll explode.
Yeah. We don't need him exploding.
No, actually, not everything was big on this list for me.
I know, but a good chunk of it, you were really excited.
At least four
when
of them
they came out.
At least four of them for sure. So I didn't get to play. A lot of people didn't get to play. Some people, when you did get to play, and you say you got to play the game, and you played through 70%, 80% of the game, which is 30 hours or so. They would log in the next day, and their character was gone. They had to start all over.
Oof, that's a hurt.
Or all of their items were gone, and they had no inventory.
Oh man. So basically, they were Fallout 76, but without the Fallout.
It was not good.
Oh, Werewolf the Apocalypse, Earth Blood. Alex was really excited for this one.
Because it only had werewolf in the title.
Exactly.
Honestly, Werewolf the Apocalypse, it was a game supposed to be an action RPG that was supposed to be based on a tabletop game. They basically just said, screw the tabletop aspects. We don't care. We just don't care. We're just gonna tell a story about the universe. On top of that, it was a bad story. The game barely functioned. It was so incredibly buggy. It was in terms of the games that I played this year, it was the absolute worst game that I played, and that's even worse than Balan. And Balan was pretty bad.
Yeah.
But at least I could actually play Balan.
I don't think you played Balan. You just misunderstood what was going on this entire time.
Balan played me.
Balan played you. It's like Soviet Russia. Instead of being Russia, it's Balan.
I'm gonna skip a little bit. Battlefield 2042, fun game. They made some good choices for Battlefield. They've done a lot of really good ideas and for this new Battlefield game. But it's broken. It's stupid broken. The game works but barely works.
If we had the category, that would be winning my I Told You So of the year.
Yeah, really.
So now these two. And these two have a little bit of controversy about being on this list with some people. We're gonna go with Metroid Dread first.
Can I speak on this one a little bit, Draulxx?
Let me. And so, people that know me know that Metroid is one of my favorite games, favorite franchises.
Impossible. Is your dog named after that?
Yeah,
My
really.
Is named Samus. My fiance's online name is Light Samus.
I wonder where this comes into play.
Or Kyra Aran.
That's not an anagram at
no,
all.
not at all.
I had COVID. I was getting excited, ready to play. I got paid. So I run in, right before the game comes out. I buy the game. I get me a tuna melt sandwich. I get my dog. I get a blanket. I go get comfy in the living room. I got my Switch. Get ready to start playing. 30 minutes of intro cutscenes with no that are completely unskippable. I finally get to play the game, and it doesn't feel bad. Okay. So I run. I do some jumping. I get to an area where it's very clear to me now that they want this to be a horror game. Think Alien Isolation. How you go through certain parts of the game and you got the alien that's coming chasing after you. You can't kill it. You have to run from it. And that is how it is. There's these unkillable creatures that if they get you, you die. And you have a very small window with a tiny sparkle that's hard to see, that is basically a quick time event without button notifications. And if you hit it, you can survive and escape. But if you don't hit the button, you're dead. Mind you, can't skip cutscenes. When you die, start at the last save and have to rewatch every cutscene in between. I had to watch 30 minutes of cutscenes again.
On the bright side, you were able to finish your tuna melt.
Exactly.
That's true. So, you know what? I'm gonna push through this. Maybe eventually you get to kill them, which I've been told you do. Eventually, you get enough stuff to where and upgrades that you actually can fight them and don't have to worry about them anymore. I never got that far. I ran through the game, was picking up items and upgrades and killing stuff and running from these creatures, only to find out that I got hard locked because I didn't get an upgrade you need earlier in the game, and the game lets you go past it, and I can no longer go backwards. And I've saved over my save file.
Oh no.
So, if I want to continue the game, I have to start over and watch the cutscene again for 30 minutes.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That was
would
it.
be great
It
if
was
you
the
had
first-
3 tuna melts.
It was the first Nintendo game I've ever refunded.
Oh no. Oh no.
And it was funny though, having my dog sit next to me while I was playing, and every time someone in the game said Samus, she was looking around like, huh?
Where?
ELD, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I just wanted to say something about Dread. And again, I'm not one of those controversial people. I really do look for the best in the game where it's possible. And I love Metroid just as Draulxx does. I own both Metroid GBA games in my personal collection as just a resonance of what about that, because that's actually the third game in that trilogy. I had mixed feelings about this game. I thought, oh, cool, it's got horror element vibes. Okay, that's cool. I like horror games. That could be kind of interesting. And the horror element, again, like Draulxx was saying, was very... Hey, did you hit this button in time? No? Well, you're dead. Try again. And if you're in that spot where you haven't saved and you have to go through 10 plus minutes of cutscenes, it is annoying. I played it on my friend's Switch, and I don't have the game. And I asked him, do you plan to return this to GameStop for any money? Because he didn't even like it. He said, yeah, I'm going to return it. And I felt bad for him because, like you, Draulxx, he loves Metroid. He loves Nintendo stuff. And this was like the third game he's ever had to return to Nintendo. The first being Luigi Mansion 3.
The real horror is having to reload and watch the cutscenes.
Yes, that is very true.
Nintendo's always innovative, though. You probably just didn't understand this innovation of horror.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
On top of all that, there was also some controversy with the studio that made the game for Nintendo, which we will not discuss.
No.
Foxy, you got anything?
Nintendo's usually very innovative, and I just don't think you understood the horror elements they added, being scared to reload the game and watch 30 minutes of cutscenes.
Yeah, being scared to reload the
Yeah,
game.
yeah.
And being constantly reminded that you are getting old and you don't have the great reaction time you once had. And that type of horror to revitalize and really hit those primal natures. So I think Nintendo was I think they were too forthcoming and too innovative this time.
Next level innovation.
Yeah, they were too innovative. They went too serious into the horror elements and mostly psychological horror. And I just think it was vastly misunderstood, and I think they misunderstood Metroid as well.
Well, yeah, they did.
And then, of course, the other game that was in this list is Deathloop, which a lot of people will tell you that is the best game that came out this year. From someone with design experience and so many gameplay hours of different games and games from that studio and games like this game, no. Just no. The game is ridiculously easy.
Loop.
It's supposed to have this feeling like when you die, it has this loop. I didn't die, but the game still kills you for story purposes and then takes everything that you've collected away for the loop. Okay, that's fine, but what's the point of the loot and the gear if you're just going to take it all away? Like, what is the point of any of that? Of collecting, gathering, if you're just going to take it away? But that's not what really made me hate this game. That game is so easy, and people talked about how it was challenging and how good the AI was. The AI is the worst AI that I've seen in a game, especially a AAA game, in a long time. Someone could be standing you could be standing in front of someone, and they see you and start yelling at you, and you could crouch, and they'll go, "Huh? Where'd he go?"
I'm sorry, I had to laugh at that.
The AI is so bad, it makes the game easy. And I guess people like easy. I don't know.
that's kind of a hard subject because when I see a lot of journalists from like other places and they say like a game's hard or it's like, oh, this game's bad, and they give video evidence why the game is buggy or sucks, and it can almost be like this guy doesn't know which hole the bullets come out of. It annoy, that type of situation,
Yeah.
or it's like, man, this is this is an example of the janky puzzles in this game, and you're looking at it and it's like he's not even picking up the object. He's not
Now-
even hitting the prompt.
I mean, it had good voice acting, it had good aesthetics, but like the interface looked nice. The graphics weren't bad at all. The game basically played like Dishonored or Prey. I mean, it was by the same developers, so I mean, they were sticking with what they knew. But
I feel Deathloop would have made a better movie than it would a game.
and I honestly I feel like the only reason it got the praise that it did is because it has Bethesda's name attached to it. And it's just, even now, like, people buying Skyrim Anniversary Edition for the 15th time.
You're all now. I know, I admit I'm pushing back on a lot of the things and being critical, but I mean, hasn't it become an American tradition every year to buy Skyrim? What do you have against
like it.
What do you have against traditional American values?
At this point, I'm waiting for next year. It'll be Skyrim Mobile.
Yes.
See, no, I'm waiting for next year to be Skyrim, the remaster.
Okay, I'll be right back. You guys are. I'm going to need your heart medication soon, Draulxx, because this is irritating. This is an American tradition now, and you're shitting on it.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I need to. I'll be right back.
Oh my god.
With that, I mean, we are done with the category. Of course.
Yes, we are. We still got two more?
Let us know what you think. Chat if you're listening, but I will let DLD continue on to the Game of the Year award.
Yep, we are finally on the Game of the Year award. Alright, so what games did we have for Game of the Year award this year? Well, let's just see on our listings. We have Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, Persona 5 Strikers, It Takes Two, Kenna Bridge of Spirits, Gunfire Reborn, Unmetal, Returnal, Far Cry 6, Guardians of the Galaxy, and Shin Megami Tensei 5. For me, it was a tear. I wanted to go Kenna for the most part. Because I like Kenna. I think Kenna is a very good game. I think Kenna has earned all the awards it's gotten in our traditional Game of the Year award ceremony. However, I thought Guardians of the Galaxy was just a better title in the long run for me. I liked Guardians of the Galaxy more because I thought it was clever, it was witty, the music was great, the combat felt very nice, it felt great. There was a couple parts that were very iffy, like there were some puzzles that felt like you could have maybe made them a little more clear, or maybe you could have just indicated it better. But I mean, every game on this list has its flaws. None of these games are absolutely perfect in any way, shape, or form, and that's just something that I think that a lot of people have to understand with with this type of award. With Alex, his Game of the Year was Unmetal. Lolly's was Life is Strange: True Colors. With Draulxx, Fox's and Samus's, it was Kenna Bridge of Spirits. The community actually picked Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, which is very interesting. But with more votes, the winner of Game of the Year for us at the drastic measure goes to Kenna Bridge of Spirits. That has rightfully earned it, in my personal opinion, with everything we talked about with the awards this year. So,
it has.
Kena brought me... out of retirement to write a review. That's how much I like that game. It was the developer's first game. It's a very small team. And on top of that, it's developers of color that, they deserve recognition. And normally TDM isn't about politics, but this is something that deserves to be mentioned. I mean, we try to support all game developers, but with stuff that happened last year and stuff that's been going on everywhere, for so long, people, they need to get the recognition they deserve. And with Kino winning, I like that. That makes me very happy. It could have gone with almost any game in this list. Almost every game in this list was just that incredible. So with them winning it, that makes me very happy that they won the game of the year.
Oh yeah, for sure. They've earned it. I mean, the game was spectacular. It was an amazing experience from start to finish from the stuff I was able to play around with from people and watching it and the little experience I had playing it. It was just a good time.
It's a game that goes to show you that just because they're a small dev team doesn't mean you can't make an incredible looking game with a bunch of flair and polish. Because it feels like a AAA game. But it is an indie game. It is an indie game through and through.
Oh, yeah. No, it's an indie game at heart. It's an indie game at heart, and it has everything that is indie about it, but it feels like a double-A, nearly triple-A title in its execution and how it did things. This still has a couple flaws, don't get me wrong, but those flaws...
Now, the reason I ever found out about it was PlayStation. Sony originally did the reveal for it during one of their directs. That got me on, to notice the game. I contacted developers saying, hey, we need to make sure that we get to play this game because it looks really good. And I got a chance. I was very happy that I got the chance. And I actually reviewed it. And it was one of the better games that I played, not just this year, but in the last couple years. I mean, it was really good. In fact, I think the only game that I've played better than it, just, this is my opinion, of course, in the last maybe 5 years is God of War. And maybe Divinity Original Sin.
Okay. But yeah, like Draulxx was saying, any game on this list could have taken that award and it would have been fun. It would have been fine. Because every game on this list earned its position here. Persona 5 Strikers is an amazing experience. It Takes Two, another amazing experience. Every game on this list did something to put itself on this list, and it stands out. And then we don't put games on this list if we don't feel like it's earned that spot respectably from all elements. Speaking of God of War, though, because we're coming up to the final category of the award show.
Would I be able to say one thing real
Sure.
quick?
Go ahead.
Of course.
So the neat thing is, I see why the community would pick Ratchet and Clank. Because when I think of something that's a game of the year, I think of the complete package. And when I think of a complete package in a game, you want the music, you want the audio, you want the visuals, you want the story. You just want everything to come together to a very enjoyable experience. And Ratchet and Clank is a very memorable one. Compared to some of the games that you could have played this year, that one is very memorable.
Ratchet and Clank felt like a Disney Pixar movie that you were controlling from the start to finish.
And that's saying good things about that, because
Kina almost did too. Almost.
Let me think. There's one game I really want to talk about in Game of the Year. Which one was it? Unmetal. That's what it was. I will say this. Unmetal is another really good example of an indie game that did it right from start to finish. It took the premise of what is essentially Metal Gear, or the style Metal Gear, and gave you an extended story that felt like an actual game that could have come from Kojima if he actually did a game that wasn't Metal Gear in the style Metal Gear. And it wasn't even his company. It was a completely different company. It had good pixel art, it had good music, it had just about everything you want for a game type like that. And it easily earned its place in a lot of the categories, especially the Game of the Year, because of what it was able to do from an indie perspective. It felt pretty much like, like a double A experience from start to finish in that respect.
Before we go into the final category, there's something I want to bring up, and I know this will have Foxy got to experiment with a lot of these games or some of these gamers I'm going to bring up. It's it's official unofficial award because we didn't put it on the sheet this year, but accessibility in gaming for 2021. I'm not going to say a specific game wins. But I am going to just straight up say Ubisoft wins for accessibility. There are some great games that did some new things with accessibility options. They did some stuff in the director's cut, not the original version of it, but the director's cut version, which released on the PS5 of Ghost of Tsushima. Forza Horizon 5 did something brand new, which was for the voice acting, you could turn on sign language, and you would actually have a person doing sign language on screen doing signs while you're playing. Then there was Far Cry 6 and Riders Republic.
Yeah, Ubisoft in general has been above and beyond with the accessibility stuff.
Oh yeah, they definitely have. This year has been, if any company has earned the right to say they're accessible friendly, it's Ubisoft, because Ubisoft has done extremely good with that type of content.
And there's also a game called The Veil, which is basically a game that you play by listening to the game. Far Cry 6 did a lot of great things, a lot of really good things, a lot of options to let you kind of change how the game feels for accessibility reasons.
More than just that, I feel like just in general, they are carrying that over to all their games. It
They're
almost felt
definitely
like
trying.
a lot of those settings they had even on Far Cry 6, I saw on Riders Republic and everything. I feel like
they did some of them in Valhalla last year, but then they expanded on them and then did more for Far Cry 6.
yeah, I feel like all the things they're doing as a company, not just one game developer, and they're trying really hard to make sure everything they go forward and what they could do with accessibility, they're carrying toward their other games, and that is amazing. And normally, I am very skeptical with Ubisoft. Like they're not EA levels, but I see them as, if EA is the emperor of the empire, Ubisoft can sometimes be mistaken as Darth Vader or Darth Maul when it comes to some things. But the stuff they've done on the accessibility stuff, and with the stuff they've done with Far Cry 6, now I'm starting to look like maybe they are a Jedi, but maybe one I may not like. Maybe they're not evil.
Maybe they're Rey.
Oh my god.
Maybe they're Rey.
Maybe they're Raid.
Maybe they're Han. Is he going to scam me? But he's here to help
what?
me.
No.
He's dead. He's dead. It doesn't matter. He got killed by his son.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
If you haven't seen the movies by now, you'll never know that.
Whoops.
Whoopsie.
Elvis lives
Okay.
on in our hearts, and also in a trailer park in Milwaukee.
Oh my god.
Tupac and Biggie are chilling, playing Madden.
Yeah, really.
I All right, we can go on and move over to the final category.
All right.
Make sure that you read the message on the far
I
end.
saw it. I already saw it. Draw. I'm going to make sure I'm going to make sure I follow that. All right, guys. So it's time for the last category of the night. It is the most anticipated game of 2022. The games we're waiting for that we hope do well, that come out in really good states. And we just hope that these games, that they take the time to cook these games up enough that they don't have a lot of the problems we've seen with stuff like, I'm going to again bring it up, Cyberpunk 2076. Freaking Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk is the biggest example of that. No offense. Those games on this list were Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origin, Bayonetta 3, Elden Ring, Dying Light 2, God of War Ragnarok, Sifu, Saints Row, Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, Doke V, and Starfield. My pick for this year, for next year, for the anticipated game is God of War Ragnarok. I don't have a PS5, and I won't be able to play it, which is going to make me very sad. But I will admit this. I love the God of War franchise. I have played the OG God of Wars a shit ton in my time as a gamer. And while I have not finished playing, and while I have not played God of War, the God of War for 2016, or 2018, yeah, 2018. I haven't played that one yet, and I plan to. I know enough about it that I am already hyped as all heck for Ragnarok and what it brings to the table.
Which, by the way, comes out on PC in 2 weeks.
I am very, very excited for that, not gonna lie. Alex picked Elden Ring. He can't really be here for defend this one. I'm going to assume it's because he likes Dark Souls, and Elden Ring is basically Dark Souls, but with Lord of the Rings.
Look, when I first saw the trailer for Elden Ring, I was like, this looks bad. Then they released a PC trailer for the game. It was the exact same trailer, but with PC graphics instead of console graphics, like the original trailer. And I was like, wow, I feel dumb.
Yeah, now you feel dumb. Whoops.
Well, I don't think you do, Draulxx. I think from some games that you were disappointed in this year, I think that this next year coming up, they have some goals to reach. Not just for your expectations, but for your disappointments. I think there's some hard goals to hit on both sides.
Yeah, I get that. That makes total sense.
Elden Ring is a Souls-like game being developed by the creator of the Souls-like genre, From Software, but with the story and quests being written and the world being created by George R.R. Martin, the creator of Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Well, the reason it's not mentioned is because there is no guarantee because it is coming out next year.
Yeah.
There's technically no guarantee that a lot of these games aren't going to come out next year, but at least these currently have release dates.
Exactly. Go ahead, Joe.
And we will name a couple other games after we're done with this list, by the way. But go ahead and continue.
All right. Lolly's pick for his most anticipated game in 2022 was Doke V. I think that's how you say it. I might be wrong on that one. Doke V. Okay, Doke V. I've only seen a little bit of Doke V, but it does look really good. I'm actually kind of curious about Doke V. All right, Draw. I'll let you explain this one, my man. This is all you. Yours is next.
Oh, it's my pick was the game I'm most excited for next year is Final Fantasy Origin: Stranger of Paradise. It is a retelling of Final Fantasy 1, a prequel to it, and then a sequel to it. It starts at the beginning and ends after.
I thought it had something to do with chaos.
Yep, that's what Final Fantasy 1 is. It is also being developed by Team Ninja, who is the creator of Nioh. It is a Nioh-like game. It will be co-op it comes out on PS5 and PC the same day, and will be crossplay.
Ooh.
It's a Neo-like game. It is a looter, a Final Fantasy looter, a Souls-like looter. It's co-op, and the progression systems are incredible. And there's a class system with talent trees, with jobs from Final Fantasy, and they do a good job of marrying the Neo feel and the Final Fantasy IP together. I played the demo, and I can't wait.
See, that might make you want to pick that one up, Draulxx, because if it's co-op, I may be interested in that. Even though,
the co-op part.
And
definitely.
this will make you like it. There's a difficulty slider, so if you suck at Souls games, you can still play the game and have fun and finish it.
On that note, DLD, you do not suck at them. No matter how much that Draulxx said.
I didn't say that he sucks.
You said right after that's something that he would like. I am going to defend DLD.
I said if you suck.
I'm just gonna say this, just as a heads up to anyone who's never seen me play a Souls-like title. And Draulxx has seen.
It's just like Neptunia. Don't worry.
Yeah, if Neptunia involved RNG and enemies that could kill you in about 3 seconds flat.
Yes.
I'm still waiting until the Neptunia Souls-like game comes out.
Okay, the day they announce that one, Draulxx, is the day I will play a Souls-like game from start to finish, and that will not be in the question box.
That is, unless you end up biting your microphone off.
No, it'll probably be me throwing a control. It'll probably be snapping my Xbox One controller in half.
Again.
Yeah, there was this thing where he was playing
again
Code Vein.
Oh God, Code Vein. Here we go.
And we were all having fun in Discord playing games, and he's died to the boss in Code Vein like 15 times, and he screams at the top of his lungs. Sounds like something smashes, and then he stops talking.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's why I don't stream Souls-like games. I'll phrase this. I did at one point. It was very early on in my streaming career, and it was on my own channel, and it was the original Demon Souls on PlayStation 3. Now that
was a bad one to start out on.
Okay, but here's the thing. That is baby's first Souls game. It is the easiest Souls game to complete by any feat.
No, it ain't. It's baby's first butt whoop.
Yeah, and that's why it's the easiest one to play. I would rather play that.
I would say 2 is.
No, 2 is a lot of chaos and memes.
No.
But yeah, no.
2 is Jolly Cooperation and baby's first Dark Souls.
Yeah, but basically, long story short, I'm terrible at Souls titles, and I will admit that openly.
You are not terrible.
He said it, not me.
I admit I'm not. Okay, I'll rephrase this. I'm not terrible. I'm just not good at them. How's that?
You are not to Draulxx standards.
Yeah, well, I'm not to Draulxx standards. How's that for you?
Yeah, I can beat Souls-like games with one hand.
All right, let's move this over to Foxy because this is his pick. What are you rolling with, man? What's your thoughts on this one?
For like what I'm excited for next year.
That one.
I'm excited for this one for 2 huge reasons. So first, Starfield. If this is just a Oblivion Skyrim clone but in space, I'll be excited and happy. Because I'll get to do what... Yeah, laugh at me.
I mean, Fallout is just Elder Scrolls, but with guns.
And Nuclear Wasteland.
Yeah, it is. That's why it's a prequel.
That's why we expect... Yeah.
It's a prequel to that universe. I could go down this rabbit hole, but this is not why we're...
See, here's the thing, right? Is Starfield is actually a closer to a modern-day version of... I don't know. This is the theory, right? Is that all the games are in the same universe?
Yes.
Same timeline. And it starts with Fallout.
Yes.
Then it goes into Starfield,
Yes.
Yes.
No.
And Elder
Yes.
Scrolls is actually the world starting over.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, it's going
That's
to be
the
real
theory.
trippy. I can't wait. But so basically, I get to be Mr. Spaceman exploring whatever, saving the world. I get to be Captain Shepard, Bethesda edition.
Oh my god.
I get to be Starbound, but the planets actually have names. I'm in No Man's Sky, except we know where the hell we're at this
Oh
time.
my god.
I mean, I cannot wait for this reason. Second reason, I'm extremely excited for this game. My God, I can't wait to experience these bugs. I can't
There's-
wait to warp to a planet. I cannot wait to go to a planet and my landing gears not work. I cannot wait to warp to another system and accidentally warp to a different system inside their sun and die. I cannot wait to load my game and not be in the same place I left. I cannot wait to go into a shop, go to buy an item, and suddenly my inventory is missing. I cannot wait for these bugs. I think they're going to be the best we've ever seen since. And my God, am I going to enjoy it fully.
Oh my.
He also cannot wait to buy the collector's edition that's supposed to have a canvas bag to get a paper bag
So
with
what
a
curse
painted
words,
on
hold on,
Starfield
what curse
logo
words
in
am
crayon.
Why? What curse words am I allowed to use?
You can
Any
use
of them. It's Twitch, man.
as long as it's
Okay,
not
so
as long as it's not a racist or bigot.
That's not a. That's not a.
I
I
know.
know.
I'm just
Okay, so holy lollipops, Draulxx.
holy lollipops.
Um, as they said in, internet historians thing, F the bag. I want my lightwood laminate. I want to spend $5 to have lightwood laminate on my starship. I am going to buy the DLC to get the non-flickering light bulb in my ship, and you are going to be jealous when I get the natural light in my captain's quarters for just $10.
Yeah.
For just
So
$10.
basically, you're going to buy horse armor for Oblivion.
Why would I buy? No, I will buy the horse armor if I can take my horse on the surface and gallop through the plains.
Get the rocket ship wine bottle.
As long as it's not Nuka Dark.
Yeah, maybe
Because,
Nuka
man,
Red.
I heard it didn't taste good.
Oh.
But no,
What
the
did
bugs
the-
on
Go ahead.
these bugs are going to be the best we're ever going to see. The only disappointing part is they got Daddy right behind them now, and Daddy is going to whoop their ass if they don't do a good job.
This is going to be Bethesda if this happens.
Daddy Microsoft is going to be like, nope, you actually have to fix this time. And they're going to be like, but people expect certain things from our brand, Microsoft.
But
You're going to destroy our brand if we don't have these bugs.
exactly,
We don't...
I still have a theory, right? And just, I want it to be heard on Twitch, on here. So if it happens, I can say I told you so. Last year, the year before, Microsoft buys Obsidian.
I mean, of course they're going to make the next Fallout.
And they have released a game which is awfully similar to Fallout, but it's not
it's
Fallout.
not Fallout.
Before that, they made Fallout New Vegas. Then they buy Bethesda. I have a feeling that someone at Microsoft is a huge Fallout New Vegas fan and wants the original developers to make the game, so they bought Bethesda for that one reason. And that after Obsidian's current games are released, there will be a Fallout New Vegas 2.
They do a Fallout New Vegas 2. I would be very, very surprised. Also, I would love to see them. I would love to see them take a stab at a Elder Scrolls game.
There's also an infamous story about Fallout New Vegas that comes with Obsidian. Back a while ago, and the developers don't really do this anymore, but they used to. They would give bonuses to their development teams, publishers would, based on their meta scores. And it was after a certain cutoff date. So they Obsidian missed like $1 million something bonus because of 1 point Metascore from Bethesda, with New Vegas.
That wouldn't surprise me.
I mean, it is what it is.
Alright.
Almost everybody picked a different game, which is cool.
There's one more to announce, mind you.
Yeah.
Well, technically two, but yeah. Samus, our lovely ruler from above, who tells us what to do above Draulxx. She picked Suicide Squad, Killed the Justice League, and I've not looked into this game yet, but it sounds extremely entertaining when it says Kill the Justice League.
You ever play the Batman games or the Arkham Knight series?
Yes.
So this is by the same developers. This is Rocksteady.
Okay.
And this is set in the same universe as Arkham.
Oh, okay, interesting.
So this was no surprise. Like, if it's one thing I've learned, girls really like Harley Quinn.
Yes.
I guess I'm a girl.
Well, I'm just saying, it's
No,
like if you had to get a random guess on what to get a girl, definitely something Harley Quinn.
Alex.
Harley Quinn.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Is my favorite fictional character, with my second being Deadpool, my third being Revan from Star Wars.
Zombie. Alex had to leave a little bit ago to go to sleep, so it is. I actually have Draulxx with me, the head of TDM, and Fox with me, our big editor-in-chief of sorts of TDM with us.
Never edited.
Yeah, but you are the guy who distributes the games.
Review team leader.
Thank you. Good title.
Technically, Alex would be the editor-in-chief, and you're the editor.
You're the poster-in-chief.
Poster-in-chief.
The poster-in-chief.
Yeah, Zombie. So I'm DarkLunarDude. If you haven't met me, I am the editor, basically posting editor-in-chief. I also run the community channel here on Twitch, and also do reviews myself. Yeah, so I kind of hide in the background most of the time when it comes to the community.
Alex is my internet husband.
Yeah, and then of course you have Draulxx here, and Draulxx's kind of his own person. He's kind of the big head honcho who built TDM.
So there's a couple more games that I want to mention. Like Draco Lair mentioned Breath of the Wild 2. That's a chance that'll come out. There's Gotham Knights, which is another game set in the same universe as Arkham, and it's also going to be a co-op game where you can choose which of the Arkham Knights that you want to play, and it's you got your character progression and stuff. It's going to be a 2-player open world co-op game, and you can choose between Batgirl or Batwoman, Red Hood, Nightwing, and Robin.
Huh. Interesting.
The Suicide Squad game is also going to be a 4-player online co-op game as well.
Ooh, okay.
Where you can play as different members of the Suicide Squad. Some other games that didn't make the list, and the reason I'm doing this is I decided that next year we're just going to name like 20 or 30 games for the list, and just mention everyone, and everyone just gets to pick, and they're not going to do a poll for this particular category.
Yeah, that's a good idea for future.
There's Rainbow Six Extraction, which is going to be a Left 4 Dead style co-op shooter set in the Rainbow Six universe, and you'll be able to use operatives or characters that you own from Rainbow Six Siege in the game. There's a new Pokemon game coming out in January. It's Pokemon Legends of Arceus.
I am definitely picking that one up and playing that.
The Uncharted franchise, as well as God of War 2018, are coming to PC in January as well. Lost Ark, a long-awaited MMO, is ARPG MMO MMO ARPG is coming out in February. Dynasty Warriors 9, Horizon Forbidden West is coming out on PS5. the new expansion for Destiny 2. Again, another co-op horde shooter. Evil Dead, the game, is coming out in February. Babylon's Fall, which is Platinum Games' new co-op action RPG, comes out in March. There was Stalker 2 comes out in April. One of the new Square Enix IPs, Forspoken, comes out in May. And then, of course, we have games that there's not necessarily dates for yet, but might release next year, like Warhammer 40k Darktide, Star Trek Resurgence, Kirby and the Forgotten Land, Sonic Frontiers, Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga, Salt and Sacrifice, Ghostwire Tokyo, a DLC for Cuphead, Steel Rising, Redfall, which is the next game from the creators of Dishonored, which is also going to be an open world co-op shooter. Marvel's Midnight Suns.
They announced, and mind you, this hasn't really hit the American market news yet because these games usually get a JP release before we get North American releases. There is an official new NEP release that takes place after the events of V2, called Sisters vs. Sisters, which is looking interesting.
Diablo Immortal. You guys got a cell phone?
You got a cell phone, right? Yeah, you got a cell phone.
Digimon Survive, Blood Bowl 3. A really cool looking game that got announced at the Game Awards called Arc Raiders.
Okay.
Evil West, Dune Spice Wars was like a strategy game from Funcom.
So Dune Spice Wars looks like they're trying to bring back the RTS series that from way back then when Dune started it all.
Yeah, kinda,
yeah.
The only thing that I find weird about it is I think it's going to be turn-based 4X or however you pronounce it.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know, basically that hexagon turn-based stuff.
Yeah, I think so. I think they said it was going to be a 4X kind of game.
Yeah, so I'm kind of, that makes me a bit, I wouldn't say nervous about that, but
it could be like Total War, where it's real time. I mean, it's turn-based until you go into a fight, and then you set up your units, and the fight starts, and you can control them and move them around after the fight starts in real time. It could be kind of like that, maybe.
We'll see. It's just, I just think they're playing dangerous because you have something that's seen as the grandfather of RTSs, and they're using it as not an RTS, but still a strategy game. And I fear with what they're going to do with it, it's just going to seem like a reskin of another game.
Arc 2 might possibly come out next year. Mario Rabbids Sparks of Hope, Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, A Plague Tale Requiem, Splatoon 3, System Shock remake.
Splatoon 3 has my interest. I picked up Splatoon 2 and I got my Switch, though I've not played a lot of it because I don't have online. It's been pretty fun. It's kind of hard to control, though.
That's okay, because all the bullets you miss on shooting your enemy are still useful because you still have to shoot the ground.
That's true.
Nightingale, which is a game from a bunch of old BioWare developers, looks kind of neat. An Expanse video game.
From Telltale.
Yeah, from Telltale.
They came back from the dead.
Oh man, they came back from the dead. What a surprise.
Okay, but here's the thing. It's the Expanse, a Telltale series, but I believe Don't Nod, the creators of Life is Strange, are the ones making it.
Even better then.
Yeah. They have announced, and there is a very slight chance we're finally getting it in the West. Fate Grand Arcade is finally making its way to us through PC and potentially in the near future. But they said it might not be 2022 and maybe 2023 because because of how much they have to port over.
There's Hogwarts Legacy, which may or may not ever actually get made.
Yeah, I hope it gets made.
A co-op shared world wand shooter.
I would love that. I'm not gonna lie. As a Hogwarts,
You create your own wizard.
There's gonna be so many feuds.
I'm not gonna lie. When they showed the trailer for that Hogwarts game, my brain lit up like a rocket. Like, oh my god, I need a PS.
I'm not a Hufflepuff. You're a Hufflepuff.
It's like I need a PS5 and I need that game ASAP. Like that is the one thing I would legitimately drop money on a PS5 for because I would love to experience that.
I mean, it's supposed to come on PC. Lord of the Rings Golem.
Gollum.
Payday 3, Spider-Man 2, Alan Wake 2.
Whoa.
RoboCop Rogue City.
Whoa. Payday 3. How long has that game been going for now?
The last 3 games that I mentioned aren't going to come out next year. These are probably 2023 games, but there's a chance.
Yeah, God of War Ragnarok was one of them. That was supposed to be out late this year, and they pushed it back to 2022.
Avowed, which is if you've ever played Pillars of Eternity, which is the other game from Obsidian. It's like it's their version of Baldur's Gate or Neverwinter Nights, basically. It's a first-person action RPG set in the Pillars of Eternity universe, being made by Obsidian. Fable, a reboot of the Fable series. A Wolverine game being made by Insomniac, same creators of the recent Ratchet and Clank and Spider-Man games. Wonder Woman is being made, and Wonder Woman is being made by the creators of Shadow of War and Shadow of Mordor. Remake of Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time. Crimson Desert, a remake of Star Wars: Knights of the Old Republic. A sequel to Warhammer 40k Space Marine, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Star Wars Eclipse, Sonic Origins, Frostpunk 2, Destroy All Humans 2 Reprobed, which is a remake like the Destroy All Humans 1 was.
Okay.
This one will actually have online co-op. Jagged Alliance 3, the last game in the Dark Pictures anthology, Ghost Recon Frontline, Perfect Dark Reboot, Final Fantasy 16, State of Decay 3, Wolf Among Us 2, Overwatch 2, Diablo 4, Dragon Quest 12, Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D Remake, X Defiant, Division Heartland, The Outer Worlds 2, Resident Evil Resistance, Homeworld 3, a reboot of the Painkiller series, a really cool looking Souls-like game based on Pinocchio called Lies of P, a reboot of Dead Space.
I'm still torn on that one because it's EA handling it. And I want to get...
They've done pretty good with their games lately.
Yes, they have. I will admit that.
Wait, who has done good with their games lately?
Hold on. Even their worst game, as buggy as it is, still isn't bad. It's like people have still been playing it. Like it's one of those things where like it's on Skyrim level buggy.
Draulxx, we just lost 2 people at that comment.
Yeah, we did. like, don't get me wrong. I would love to see anything that involves freaking Dead Space. Because I love at least Dead Space 1 and 2 and the weird in-between of 1 and 2 that only came out on freaking PlayStation.
Speaking of space...
I said Pinocchio Dark Souls, yes.
I have to get going. But speaking of space, I saw you playing Starbound earlier. You want to look up the Fracking Universe mod and RPG Growth. Okay, good. Then you have the complete game, pretty much.
Yeah, I have both of those mods, yes.
Good. I'm gonna get to bed though. It's past 2 a.m. This took way longer than I thought.
Eee.
Not that I didn't enjoy your company, but jeez, this
Uh,
took a bit.
Alrighty, we're pretty much done. I just got a couple more games left to name.
yeah.
I know. I'm just glad to go. But Rune Factory 5
Yeah.
as
That
well.
is one of the ones I was about to say. Rune
Fine.
Factory 5,
Yeah.
Hollow Knight Silk Song, Shovel Knight Dig, Hellblade 2, Senua's Sacrifice, Metroid Prime 4, and Beyond Good and Evil 2, Indiana Jones game, and Elder Scrolls 6. That is the end of the
Oh,
list.
I
Yep,
got
good
one
night,
more to
be well.
add into their technicality if they ever announce it, and they supposedly said they're going to.
Okay.
Death and Request 3.
Prince of Persia: The Sand of Time is the best Prince of Persia game in my opinion. They're doing a complete remake, from what I understand. I don't know why they never just rebooted the series and just and canceled Assassin's Creed and just rebooted the whole series as Assassin's Creed as a Prince of Persia game.
But they tried doing that
Because
before, Draulxx, back in the PlayStation 3. Look where that ended up.
did
Yes. There's a Prince of Persia
Oh.
game that came out on the PlayStation 3 era that was so bad it basically killed any chance of anything coming out for a while.
I don't remember that, but Assassin's Creed always reminded me of Prince of Persia. That's why I say that. And yeah. I mean, depending on how like Overwatch 2 and Diablo 4, they may not come out. There's also supposedly 2 other new games IPs that they're working on. But I guess only time will tell. A lot of these games may not come out next year at all. They could potentially all come out next year. It's all depends on COVID, and currently all signs are pointing to that a lot of these won't release next year because a lot of studios are going back to working from home again, and there's a lot more COVID spreading again, and numbers that are all time high. Countries, cities, states, they're going back on lockdowns and starting mandatory masks in some places. Some countries are even doing mandatory vaccination. Uh, it's all it is what it is, and it guaranteed it will affect the game industry. So a lot of the games that we mentioned may not come out at all. Maybe some of the ones that are earlier, they're supposed to come out earlier in the year, might get pushed back to later in the year, and a lot of the ones later in the year might get pushed back to next year, which is what happened the last 2 years. So play them by ear. I personally don't tell. I've got with the mindset of don't really pre-order a game unless you want to do it because you have the money and you don't know if you're going to have the money later, kind of deal. Otherwise, wait to buy the game on release day or like the day before it comes out. Wait for press and then watch streamer, or if you can, if you're not worried about a pre-order bonus or something like that, watch streamers play it. Watch content creators and form an opinion based on that before buying a game. Of course, we know we are journalists. We are journalists, and we do reviews, and we try our best to give you as close to factual reviews as possible. It is possible, but even then, there is still some opinion that shines through. I mean, that's just what it is. But we don't have a lot of. It's not all fluff, and what you read is what you get. We hope that you enjoyed the stream tonight. Thanks, DLD and Foxy and Alex and everybody that put in their time. Thank you to the viewers, Draculair, for sticking around and chatting. Appreciate it very much. DLD, do your thing.
Yeah, sorry, Draulxx. I was letting you talk. Didn't want to interrupt you. Yep, guys. Like Draulxx was saying, I wanna thank you guys for all the support you've given us this year within TDM for TDM, outside, externally, internally. You guys are really the rock. The reason we keep producing the content, so you guys can enjoy that, and you keep us going every year. So thank you again for such a strong year, even though it's been rough all around for everybody. You guys do give us a reason to keep doing what we do. So we really do appreciate every one of you. This is the last official stream on the channel until we come back on January 7th with the new schedule for the community channel. I will update any changes to the schedule coming up on the schedule below on the link. If you want to see that in the next couple of days, keep an eye out for that. We will be making any changes there. I definitely say, guys, if there's any game that we talked about tonight that you will be interested in, check them out, look them up. Anything we bring up in these in the game of the years is something we believe in and that we know you guys will enjoy in some capacity. Maybe you won't, maybe it's not your thing, and if it's not, that's okay. But from the bottom of my heart and from everybody in the Drastic Measure, we thank you guys for all the support. Hope you guys have a wonderful New Year's later today. See you in the new year on January 7th when we come back. And until then, guys, be safe, be well, and we'll see you all then. This is DarkLunarDude and TDM community signing off.
We're gonna raid.
And we are raiding somebody, so hang tight, guys. Who's your target, Draulxx?
Let me refresh real quick.
Hang on there, Draco. We're gonna do a quick raid real quick and say hello to somebody for TDM. Pretty quick, not big. Pretty quickie one, not a big one. Not usually too big.
We're gonna go here.
All right.
Because
Alrighty. Are you sending it to me on Discord or are you sending it to me? Oh,
I got it.
Sweet. Okay. Alright, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and drop so we can start that raid, and we will see you all in January. Be safe till then, and have a great New Year's.